Do you guys need any? I'll call the order for the Destin City Council May 15th meeting to order. At this point, I will get the invocation. Is there someone here for the invocation? It's normally a Ray cue. If not, we'll just stand and we'll take a moment of silence, please. All right, thank you. Councilman Aber?
Please join me in the pledge of allegiance with your right hand to the mark. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you for that. And this starts the week of blessings, so I think that is great. So moving forward, I will accept a motion for the approval of the agenda.
Make the motion.
All right, motion in a second. All right, I'm going to call the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved. Up next, we have a proclamation for National Public Works Week, and I will be right back. You got the voice. You want to say this? All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bobby Wagner. I'm the mayor of Destin, and this week is our National Public Works Week, May 21st through 27th, 2023. And I have our deputy and vice deputy, director and deputy. So I'm going to read the proclamation right here. So, National Public Works Week, connecting the world through public works. I'm going to try to do it like you. Is that okay? All right. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to the sustainability and resilience of the community, to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Destin. And whereas these services, facilities, and infrastructures could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of our public works professionals, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our city transportation, public buildings, and natural resources, especially for and to our citizens. And whereas it is in the public's interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of Destin to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their community. And whereas the year 2023 marks the 23rd annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, be it now resolved, I, Mayor Bobby Wagner, do hereby proclaim the week May 21 through 27, 2023 as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representation of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in paying tribute to our public works professionals, recognizing substantial contributions they make to protecting our health, safety, and quality of life here in Destin. In witness herefore, I do here humbly swear, set my hand, set my hand and cause the seal of the city to affix at this meeting of the City Council, Destin, Florida. Wow. Thank you for hanging in there with me. All right, but on a non-proclamation note, these guys are the ones getting it done, from water filling up in your front yard to the potholes that we all see from time to time. When you guys make it in and give us a call when something happens, these are the guys out there making it happen. So I just want to appreciate them always being in front and behind the scenes, making our city safer and more walkable and a better place to live for all of us. So thank you, guys.
All right, just a few comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, for this recognition. The City of Destin's Public Works Department is comprised of 15 dedicated men and women whose mission it is to connect Destin by providing service, support, and outstanding customer experiences to our coworkers, strategic partners, citizens, and visitors in 9 focused areas, those being pavement management, stormwater management, facilities maintenance, fleet maintenance, right-of-way maintenance, asset management support services, contract administration, environmental compliance, and emergency management. And let me say I'm truly honored. See, I'm reading from this tonight. I'm not kind of speaking from the cuff like I am right now. But let me say that I'm truly honored and blessed to be part of such a great team without whom the strides that we are making to include the city's first comprehensive asset management and capital improvement planning program would absolutely not be possible. We'd like to thank the council and mayor for their past and continued support of our department and look forward to the great things that we will realize for our community together. Thank you.
And my last little note is that they are also heading up the ADA compliance for the city as well. So I appreciate you guys looking out for everyone. Hey, Kim, can you hit that mic for me? All right, so at this time, I will open the floor for public comments. We'll be starting on my right, y'all's left. And if anyone wants to come up here, just please say your name. You have 3 minutes, name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. So come on down.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ron Sanstead, and my wife and I live at 337 Calhoun, and I just want to thank the council for their insight into the vote they made last meeting on the linear park. And anyway, great things to happen, and I think this is a first step in a cross-town connector, multimodal, where I'm just looking forward. I'm excited to see what DAG Architects comes up with. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Should we get this out of the way as far as the table and chairs, or?
Thank you.
All right, while they're grabbing that, anyone else? I'm just going to kind of make my way around. All right, hit the button. There you go.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Jason Hall. I live at 569 Falcon Trail, Niceville, but I have a business here in Destin for the previous 6 years over at the Beachworks facility. In regards to the Crosstown Connector, I'm excited for it. Locals and visitors are interested in experiencing our local community and life, communities and their downtown areas that offer walkable shopping areas, and they are capturing a greater share of tourist dollars. I believe the new town center will attract more people to that area, and as a business owner, it is likely that other businesses will find opportunities to collaborate with other business owners, especially in joint marketing campaigns and/or events. Town centers make it easy for customers to shop multiple places at once. They may come for one thing, but stick around for other amenities and restaurants. In fact, a study by the Urban Land Institute determined that home buyers were willing to pay an additional $20,000 to be located near walkable areas. So in closing, places where locals and visitors feel community pride and offer a variety of activities are likely to remain strong economically. Thank you.
Thank you.
He left him. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Appreciate you guys. I was actually born in Fort Walton Beach Hospital, which is no longer there, a long time ago. But I'm a Destin resident, 4704 Lantana Lane here in Destin. I have a business here, a business broker.
And your name?
Gerard Perello. I'm so sorry. There we go. I thought everyone knew. So, yeah, growth is where it's at, both for the local residents and also for the tourists coming in here. We need more places. We don't need them heading east. We need them right here to stay right here in this town. And I love the traffic. I love the people. I want more people to come here. City Center will make that happen. So I'm in big support of it and hope you all will too.
Thank you. All right, moving right along in the middle, heading on over. Mr. Mayor.
My new title is Captain Gary Jarvis,
10-4.
804 Marsh Street. Speaking of being still the title of mayor, when I first became mayor, one of the things I brought to the council at that time was the idea of an event center. And it was a selfish motivated thing because I wanted an ice hockey place to play ice hockey and maybe have a junior A team that, which is a bunch of 16 to 18-year-olds. They even get drafted by the NHL, but they play in your local community and their home with the people that live here. They become part of their families, and it's really easy for a community to root for the junior hockey program like that because they're kind of like your kids that you're rooting for. So that's what started the idea of an event center, 3,500 seat. It could hold concerts instead of people having to drive all the way to the wharf or Orange Beach to hear a good country band or see a performing arts. Disney on Ice is another thing that could take place. But it was about creating a driver for our town center CRA that's been kind of languishing unproductively since its conception. In fact, if it doesn't get its act together, the county can actually get rid of the CRA, and we don't want that to happen. It's a special tax benefit to our community. But then it morphed into a lot more. We started, I talked with community leaders, and they said, well, if we're going to do an event center, why don't we create a city center? The gentleman before me kind of spoke to that. The idea of a live, work, play area in our community, and no other place is more important than the town center CRA. That's where you want it to be. Our community center that was built in 33 years ago was a wonderful thing for our community at the time, but everything was associated down that side of Destin. That's where the old community center was. It's where we used to hold fish fries. But since then, our town's gone this way. And the center of our city is along Main Street. And we need a new community center. You guys are faced with the fact you might have to spend $300,000 or $400,000 just to patch the one we have now that's almost 4 decades old. And so the idea morphed into a city center idea. You're going to be voting to appoint a group to give a three-dimensional conceptual idea of what can take place in that area over there that Publix owns. And so I encourage, when I was mayor and I was appointed by the council members to be part of the discussion, we spoke with Spotsworth Rentals. They're one of the 3 companies, and I throw my hat in the ring with them because they already have a general idea of what we would like to see in that space. Now, I know Publix owns that area. You've already given them a development order for the restaurant or for their grocery store, but they didn't get a DO for the other 9 acres, and that's a conditional use area. And this city center idea has been high priority item for 5-6 years now. And so I just want to encourage you guys to get this started, get the conceptual drawing on the paper, let the community weigh in on what would like to be there, not just what Gary wants, and take it from there. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else over on my left? Yes. All right, seeing none. The chamber.
Yeah, Shane Moody, President CEO, Destin Chamber of Commerce. Thanks for the opportunity. I know tonight's not about support for the city center, so I don't have to talk about that. The chamber's have been on board with this and for years and years and years to create something like that. I know tonight's about choosing a design company, and so I just want to throw out again our perspective on what a city center should be. You've heard me say many times before, the less residential in it, the better off we are. We understand there has to be some residential to help support it, but the last thing we need right now in Destin is 350, 400 more apartments. We're overrun with apartments, and I know they're full, but they're not doing our service industry people any good because they're so expensive. So the less residential in this, the better. We want the same amenities that the city wants, the events center. I know it'll have to be scaled down some from where we were initially with that. Community center, Destin City Hall there. And then the right mix of stores and restaurants that are there. Green space with a stage where a guy can jump up there with a guitar and play on Friday and Saturday nights, and families can come out, visit the restaurants, get food, and sit out there and listen to them play. So just a gathering place, something that's good for everyone. And then something that's got to look good. it's got to be attractive. Not only is it in the town center CRA, but it's also the gateway to the harbor CRA. So it's really serving two different areas. So those, just wanted to remind you of our perspective and what we would like to see with it, and I know you'll make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yes, sir. Push the button, let the light turn on, name and address, and it's all yours.
All right, I'm Michael Leach. I live at 793 Pine Street, and it's just off Stallman. Last time I saw you, you were mayor, and we put in the speed bumps on Stallman Avenue, and that's gone pretty well. I don't come to city council meetings most of the time. I let you guys handle the job, but there's potential to put a through street on Pine Street, and this would be a big mistake. It's been a cul-de-sac, it's been a straight street since 1993. We haven't done anything with it, and exactly what it needs to be done, nothing. Let it be a cul-de-sac. We have 15 kids in the area right now that live in the houses that we have. They were actually in the street playing and having a great time. We have cars that come through here thinking they can go all the way through on Pine Street, and they cannot, and they rip through the traffic, or through the houses, get on the yards. They've taken our fire hydrant twice, and I'm worried about the kids actually getting hit. And we want it to be an open area. We want it to be where they can play. We want to keep them on the sidewalks most of the time, but they're going to be kids, they're going to get in the street. We keep this as a cul-de-sac. We keep that within our community, keep it from being an unsafe street. Right now, the speed limit on that street, which is 100 feet before it turns to cul-de-sac, is 25 miles an hour. Stallman is 20 miles an hour all the way through, except in Ridgewood Manor, which is 15 miles an hour. We need to at least, first of all, reduce the speed on that. And then the last of all, if we can rename, I've sent a letter to the mayor and the city manager and requesting it be renamed Blue Marlin Court, so it makes it one name for the cul-de-sac. And I will even pay for that sign. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else before I close public comments? Seeing none, and I will close the public comments at this time, and I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
I'll make that motion to approve.
I have a motion, do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, second, I'm gonna call the vote. Kevin, you didn't lock in. There you go, appreciate that. All right, ayes have it, so moved. All right, moving right along, city manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First item 4A is our quarterly investment report. We have our Raymond James reps here, Mr. Brian Hagan and Steve Kahn, to answer any questions you might have. We also have Crystal Strickland here to make any comments you may need.
Yeah, Council, good evening, Council and Mayor. This is Crystal over here. I just wanted to just give you a super short synopsis. Bottom line is we have about $16.7 million in our investment accounts with Raymond James right now. And we have an unrealized gain so far this year, this fiscal year. So we're doing very well. We did have some unrealized losses in the last couple of years, but that's because we didn't realize those losses because we held all of those securities to maturity. So I wanted to make that clear, and the market seems to be kind of slowly turning around, and we should look good for a while.
Thank you. Any other discussion, questions? We got them over here. Yep, they're both here. Uh-oh. Your legislative sponsor's got some questions.
Oh, not for these guys. Yeah, for Crystal. So, Crystal, on the report, table 5, I believe. Well, I'm sorry, table 4. No, table 5. I was right the first time. When do we make our contributions?
So I calculate the the amount required by our fund balance policy to make sure that we're maintaining the proper minimum balances. And if those need adjusted, then I put some in as a contribution. Back in 2020, they were pretty low. So of the 16.7 million, about 10 of that is restricted or committed by our fund balance policy, and the remaining 6 million is unassigned and available for usage.
But it's still invested, right?
Correct.
So I guess I would think, maybe we'll talk about this in the coming year, but after the auditors finish, we should determine based on the end-of-year audit what the contribution is for that year and then make it in the current year. So my question for you when we start doing the budget is, what did the auditors tell us that we could move? There should be an excess number there.
Yes, there is an excess number, but when at the end of the fiscal year, as you know, most of our revenues come in January, February timeframe, and I try to keep a minimum balance of 3 to 4 months, and we had a lot of capital projects on our books this year. So I looked to make sure that we're meeting our policies, and this year we were meeting our policies, and therefore I did not move any, but we could.
Yeah, I would ask that you bring back a recommendation in June, first or second meeting, for a contribution, because we're 34 or 36% spent on our capital projects, and we are 50% through the year. And I don't think we're going to get all those. We didn't get all of them last year. So whenever we start talking the FY24 budget, that's one of the things I want to cover from the FY23 budget. Okay? Thank you.
All right. Not seeing any further discussions. That was an information. So, Mr. Lance.
Thanks, sir. Item 4B is regarding our utility undergrounding, and we have representatives here from Utility Consultants of Florida to give a brief update on the undergrounding of our utilities. We will also ask council for them to consider task order number 3 moving forward.
All right, sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor and council members. We're always here, happy to be here for this update. So we've made a lot of movement over the last couple of months. Wanted to kind of share that update with you and kind of give you a status. I know you guys have a lot on the agenda tonight, so we'll try to be really brief. But if there's anything that we go through too fast, we'd be more than happy at the end to back up and look at some of that stuff. Make sure this is working. All right, so tonight we really want to talk about the FPL design, where we are with the carriers, easement acquisitions, and then the procurement construction as we advance the project. So with that, I know most of you guys know, but just for the record, just want to make sure. So this phase that we're working on right now is considered phase 1. We had created 7 phases early on, and this phase 1 is basically from the West Bridge to Airport Road. So it's almost to the T3 mile. So it picks up that major corridor. And then we'll talk about a little bit later here, but we're picking up the laterals that make sense from a cost perspective. If it's cheaper to pick it up rather than advance it in further phase, and working to make sure that we don't have termination points that add costs now that we would absorb later. So just looking at it from a cost efficiency standpoint. So with that, FPL's design process has gone just as we had hoped. We're actually looking at getting the final design, and what you'll hear is called the BCE, so it's the binding cost estimate. That's their final number for this first phase, so it's been pretty critical. From the start of this, we've really kind of targeted that summer deadline for trying to get that information so it can align with the franchise agreement that's coming up. So equipment locations were the first phase of that. We received that. We had to go through there, make adjustments before we started approaching the property owners. We wanted to make sure that we didn't get out there too quick and just say this is where it's going without looking at it from a design perspective and cost efficiency as well. So that stage has been done. Then we've moved on to consent. So we've made some adjustments, gone back and forth with the FPL engineers with that, and we've been moving forward with that. Same thing, the laterals I'd mentioned, we picked up some of those that are along the corridor rather than, skip out a 200-foot section, just pick it up in this phase, not have to worry about it in future phases. So we've worked out that. And then, like I said, mid-June, June 15th is when we're expecting that binding cost estimate from FPL, so that's huge. So this is just an example. I won't go through in detail, but you can see we go back and forth, look at some of the equipment locations, work with the owners. I know Stephanie's been out here for several months, weekends and nights, working with these owners, trying to take care of their concerns, but at the same time, look at it from a design perspective. So we've been doing that, and these are some of the adjustments that go back and forth. The carriers, so as you know, there's 5 carriers in the project, so we've been working with all of them. Out of those, AT&T just has one crossing, which is nice for this first phase. It's a pretty complex phase, very tight corridor. Meanwhile, the coordination efforts from the carriers have been really positive. We're working with them on some other projects, so we feel like the coordination and conversations have been good. The cost estimates, they've given us some preliminaries, but we don't have anything final. When we get the final design from FPL in mid-March or mid-June, that will give them the endpoints that they need, because their systems don't automatically terminate at those same exact points. They might have to go to what they call nodes or to their termination points that might extend. So we'll get that, and once we do, they can quickly after that, we'll work with them to get their final cost for this as well. And then the letter of commitment from the utility companies, one of our big things on our project is making sure that we get them off the poles before FPL comes in to wreck them out. We can honestly say now that we don't have any jobs in the state of Florida that we have that issue. We sure don't want that to be an issue for you guys. We know that's a major concern, so it's on the top of our minds. We'll coordinate with them early and often the front stage. I think that's what happens. Sometimes they get pushed to the back and things get moving with the power. We want to make sure that that's not an issue. Working with Chef Wright to come up with a letter of commitment from them so that we get their binding cost estimates. We establish a timelines and milestones to say this is what the expectations are. With that, like I said, for interest of time, I don't go through the details, but obviously we're making sure with the CARES, I think the biggest thing is we don't want to expand their infrastructure at the cost of the city, so we're trying to do is like for like, so that's what we term betterment. We don't want to enhance their facilities without negotiating a betterment to offset that cost, just like the power company gives you credit. So we're working with them on things like that. The engineering deposits have been paid for them, so they are moving forward with their designs, but like I said, they can't finalize them until we get the final from FPL. Everything will kind of fall to that. So with that, the main thing is the easement. So like I said, the preliminary designs, we've got that. We've made the adjustments. The coordination with the residents, I know Stephanie will talk to it in a second. We have to say we've been very blessed on this project. The support for the easements has been overwhelming, and I don't know that I've ever worked on a job in the state of Florida that you have that much support. So you have a great community that's supportive of the project. So wanted to kind of mention that. The easement documentation, I'll talk to that and let Stephanie kind of walk through the paper, but it's really a simple process. FPL has a one-page form, just has the details for the owner, the parcel number, and one's for residents, one's for the business. Behind that, the surveyor, which is part of our next task, will come in and do a boundary survey. It's basically a legal sketch of where the equipment will fall. Those 2 pieces get signed, they get recorded, easement gets turned into FPL, and then we keep a copy in-house as well. So with that, let me let Stephanie kind of walk through some of the conversations.
Good evening. So this is a little bit of the information that we share with the residents when we're discussing the easements and the requests of them. There is some information about the placement of the equipment, not to impact their parking, whether or not they want some landscaping moved. So this is a small piece of what we talk to them about, but it gives you an idea of what we have to engage with them on. The next 2 images that you see there are the first page of the easement document. So the information of the actual parcel number, all that information goes on that. On the back side of that is the survey and the drawing of where the location is for that equipment. This is what is filed and recorded with the county. So we share this information openly with the residents. We're all about transparency with them. So I will have to say, this next image here, this is not all of our easements. This is just page 1. We have about 10 pages. There are 126 total easements, so it is a very large project. As of right now, we are currently at 90 of 126 that have consented. We have an additional 25 where we have contacted them. They have all the information. Most of these are like your corporations like Target, Walgreens, your HOAs, your condo associations. So they have a formal procedure in place that they have to take this information, review it, and then approve it. But at this time, we are getting tremendous support from the community. We have had very few property owners tell us no. They're all very supportive of undergrounding, and they're just excited to move forward.
So the procurement process, like I said, I don't go through details. The main thing I want to point out is that we know we've listened to meetings well before we were ever brought on that, things like, directional boring, a lot of utility companies coming in, residential sections and just going through there. So we really are focusing on our procurement package to incorporate those things, working in an environment that's sensitive to seasonality, businesses, the operation. So just wanted to let you know, we're going to be providing city staff with recommendation for a design build concept or bid build concept, to pick the one that works best for the city. And then also we're recommending a interview process so that we bring the contractors in. Most of them that we work with, they're all FPL approved. They have to be, which is a huge benefit. They don't want to lose that credential with FPL so that they typically provide exceptional work. But they also can share with you their experiences working in beach communities similar to this. And a lot of them express interest. So we really want to kind of get a good pool of contractors in here that are qualified, but more importantly, they understand working in this environment, and we're going to make some pretty strict specs that will be a part of that package to include. Some things for consideration that we'll be bringing up, streetlights. FPL's actually come up recently with a lot of different options over in Gulf Breeze to the west of you. They've got decorative, I think they're 17-foot streetlight poles, black poles?
Yep.
So, sometimes cities want to make sure that they just don't have like maybe a concrete spun pole with LED fixtures. So we want to at least present what those options are and what that might look like. Some cities actually decide to even own their own streetlight poles. So, the options are endless. We'll just present what is available, but something to consider. Landscaping, we want to provide some type of landscaping around some of this equipment. We thought it would be good to kind of provide city staff with something that's maybe have a consistent type of type. So I kind of showed some pictures here. There's really an endless type of setup that we put around some of these equipment. Same thing when we said we wanted to kind of capture a procurement package that really was inclusive and kind of took in consideration things. You can see here in some of these pictures, just being aware, you can see there having pieces of plywood down when there's dirt exposed, expectations, city ordinances, seasonal residency, FDOT corridor, they're obviously going to have to meet that criteria. Switching, staging, the residential flow, the main thing too is when you do get to the part where you do the conversions, we're getting ready to swap over the power. We know that there's a lot of businesses. We don't necessarily expect it to be, or do we on a lot of these projects where it's an 8 to 5 operation. Sometimes like when we work in CRA districts, we go in there, work with those businesses. The only time to do it is really from maybe midnight to 5 in the morning. We really want to be mindful of this. We just wanted to, without going into the details, let you know we're putting a lot of thought as to what's the best setup so that there's a minimal impact. And one thing to point out, I know we were asked early on with some original council members and mayor, you guys had experienced construction for so many years out on the corridor, and one of the big questions is we're going to be looking at this again. Just a quick reminder, it's a very efficient operation that's really, we're gaining somewhere, I think about anywhere between 900 to 1,000 feet a day of boring. So where you are in the morning, you're not there that night, and the next day you're gone. So it's not like that, months long of construction. It's a very methodical process that keeps moving, so that's a very positive thing. It's a little bit different than a lot of other construction projects where you could see activity in front of your place for months or weeks. So, yeah, it's a big issue. So, and the contractors know this. So it's not like you have these big real, I don't want the equipment in front of my business, so very mindful operation, but it's a very quick moving operation. So it comes and flows like that. So we'll make sure that we do a really strong effort in making sure that the businesses are well aware of it. But I know that's a big thing. This is just the documentation. Pictures speak about, so during construction, a lot of the activities are tracked and documented. So with that, like I said, I didn't want to get too long into this, but just wanted to see if you guys have any questions or anything that we can answer moving forward.
Right. Councilman Schmidt and then Councilman Aber.
Thank you all for both for being here. I've always appreciated your detail and your thoroughness and your presentations and everything you provide to us, so thank you. What are we doing with the naysayers? You said that most of them are great, but what are we doing with the nays?
So on those properties that say no, we find an alternative location for the equipment and approach that property owner to see if they will consent. And if not, then we go back to FPL to request something to be done with the equipment, whatever they can propose in order to get that moved out.
Okay. I know phase one is mostly not non-residential. The picture you had in there for the residential side, is that a unit that's on every residential's property going to their house that you showed?
Not at all, no.
Okay.
It's typically one transformer for 4 properties, I believe, and just residential properties.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and then Councilman Aber.
Thanks for coming. I know when I saw y'all a couple of weeks ago, I was so excited. I was like, when are you coming back? No, when do you want us? I was like, now, come back. So everything, it's moving along. And the one thing that I really appreciated when you first came to us was your visual of the overnight project that you did down south, of literally of the sun setting and then everything that was up. And then as it moved in that street, it was like gone by the morning. And then you did the next section the next night. And I think that's the thing that a lot of people, when they start seeing that, they are going to really be tickled that we've done this, that we've set this up, and that you guys are moving this forward with us. So I'm like I said, I'm tickled to death that you're here. Thank you for keeping us in the loop. Thank you for all you're doing. And I know that our residents and our businesses are going to be thrilled when this is finished. So thank you.
We can't be more thankful to feel honored to be part of this city and this project. And that was a CRA district, so that was
Yep.
that was a time sensitive. So
Yep.
yeah, it's definitely it changes things.
Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate their enthusiasm and their expertise also. We had a meeting on Thursday, and I'm trying to bore down into these easements. And while we have 90 out of 120 or whatever the number is of people who say, yes, we want to give you an easement. In fact, unless it changed from Thursday, we have 0 recorded, or did we get any recorded?
We don't have any recorded as of yet.
Okay, and that part makes me a little nervous. Without recorded easements, this project can't go forward. You guys are going to hopefully give us a report month by month. And I understand until we get FPL's plan, probably we can't get those because it may shift where the equipment goes, but we need to pay very close attention to that. I think in our discussion Thursday, you said there were like 40 of these easements that are pretty critical. Is that
The switches, and that was always our focus of those equipment. And to your point, if someone does say no, we had to secure the switches are the most critical. Transformers, we've got the ability to shift those a little bit more. Switches are a little bit more critical. If we start moving them, we get into a serious design issue. So we've been trying to focus on that. But to your point, I think that was something that we agree with you strongly on, that we need to go out, and that's our next phase and task is to go ahead and secure those. Just to be transparent, we can't secure each and every one because, like we were saying, there's a few that have, I'm trying to think off the top of my head, like say Target, we call those floating because where you have let's say you have a residential where you have a couple of series of homes side by side, I've got the boundary between the homes and the city right away. So I know exactly that 10 by 10, I can establish those off boundary. Those are good. We know that those are going to fit. The ones in Target, it might be, they said, we're fine with it going anywhere in this spot, but it could be here, it could be over a few feet. So if we get out there too prematurely and get that easement, it could affect and we didn't want to go back to someone and say, well, we need to just sign another one and it's changed, because people get a little, why am I signing it again? I already gave you permission. So we've had that in the past. So we're trying to get, and I think we're looking at trying to hopefully capture a large part of those, getting them before the construction even starts this fall. But we'll have a few that we can, or we might have a few that it takes a little bit more because of like the corporations that are in California or something that they have to go through their legal process. It's been a little bit more time consuming, but I agree. Our focus will be before we go out to construction to have as many, if not, as many as we can.
And Mark, just to clarify, we included this in the latest task order that council is going to consider.
Correct. Yep, the survey, yep.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to point out. We're about to vote to spend another $900,000. The easements are critical because without them, bottom line is we can't build it. And so we have to get those easements recorded. And I know you all understand that, but we want a fairly timely report on how
progress is being made on those things. And I don't know that we'll anticipate any big problems. I know there are a few properties probably that have questions about its effect on their stormwater and their parking and the other things that are integral part of their DOs. And I'm sure that they want some assurances probably before it's over with from the city that they're not going to, their DOs won't be in violation if they cooperate with this underground utility. If that comes up, we'll have to address that, but that doesn't seem real complicated. But we need those easements. If you'll go down Main Street, you'll find that some of it's underground and some of it's not. That was because we didn't get the easements on some of those properties, and we don't want to run into that on this biggest project we've probably ever done, that part of it's underground on 98 and part of it's not. And so we need those easements, and we've got to do whatever we have to do to get them.
So just so I can kind of pigtail on that, so the 40 critical spots for switchers, do we have those? Obviously, nothing's really been signed off, but have those people given like an affirmative on those critical spots?
A large part, I think we have a couple of switches that are still, like she said, there are some that are in the process where they've consented, but they've still got to take it to the HOA
For sure,
board or
yeah,
the
not legally,
corporate.
yes.
So not 100% of them, but we're far, even FPL was impressed that's why they've decided to move forward with the design, because they felt like y'all are further along with that process. We can finalize it. We knew getting that BCE was going to be critical with the timing of the franchise agreement and getting everything going. So having those consents, like I said, we feel very happy to be where we are right now in that process.
And if we continue with the motion that we have, what's the estimated time to start this in the fall? You keep saying fall. Is it just fall right now?
So I don't want to speak on behalf of the city, but right now what our goal is to try to have, having the BCE is huge. That's the FPL. Once you sign that and we get things moving, have the procurement, we want to try to have the contractor on board by, I think, per the agreement, no later than October. Okay. Now, personally, I would say if you can start in the fall, I think that's a great idea because you have less of an impact on seasonality, right? So those are really good months to kind of get a little momentum. But if there's a point where we have to wait to say, let's start it at the first of the year, I think we're flexible. But to your point, we're expecting the construction of it to be the 18-month period. So that task order is for the next 2 years. The next 6 months getting it to that process, and then the next 2 years of full construction. But like I said, fortunately, we've been ahead of schedule on all the jobs. We hope we can deliver it much quicker, but we don't want to come in now and say that. But if we can get those fall months and winter months, I think that's tremendous. The impacts are just significantly less. But like I said, it's going to be dependent upon the franchise agreement. I don't know if staff wants to weigh in on that. I don't want to be too aggressive in that start date.
No, that's okay. I was just kind of curious of what the range was looking like. And that 2 years for phase one specifically?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilman Bagby.
Thanks. So the BC, you may have mentioned the date, but I didn't catch it. When is it?
He said June 15th, mid-June.
Mid-June, okay. And I just want to confirm a couple of things we've discussed before, because I know until we get to BC, we talked about grants, resiliency grants. There's millions of dollars, both at state and federal level, of supporting projects like this. And y'all indicated that you would support that, but you can't do that until you get the BCE. Is that correct?
Well, we're going to work through that throughout the entire project. So as this project's going, there's a lot of, I think originally the grant for that had some loose ends, trying to figure out what would fall underneath that. I think moving forward, we're just going to continue to push for that each year. They typically are matching. So if you've done a certain amount of construction, then you can just say we're asking for a 50%. I think it's a 50% match for the FEMA. So, that we're looking at that. Appropriations is another consideration. We've had other projects that we've been getting state appropriations for. They're not large amounts, but every little bit helps. So we're here to help support any of that and work with staff to get whatever grants we can. And hopefully there's other ones that we're not aware of right now.
There probably are. The as-bills, it'll just be what's in the right-of-way, correct? You won't do as-built, FPL lines going out of the right-of-way.
It'll be everywhere. Our as-built will be for everything.
For everything?
Yep.
Okay, so that'll include the lighting, street lights, traffic signals, whatever you want to call them, all the utilities that you referenced on your document. So every Cox, everybody will be in that as-built, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the contractor, is part of the procurement package, he'll provide the as-built, and FPL requires it before they do the switching, so we'll have to have all of that secured before they go there.
Okay, and how long after the project is completed will the city receive its copy of as-bills?
Well, so FPL will require the as-built before they can do the rec out. So we call it switching, but it's when they energize the system. We have it up for a couple of days, and we go in there and start from the switches and then the transformers. With that being said, that has to be provided to FPL and approved, so we'll be working with those engineers. So we'll have it before the end of the job, and what we'll do is the copy that's given to FPL, we'll provide the city with that.
You know, as an engineer, that doesn't make sense, right? As-bills don't get completed until actually the work gets completed, because if
Well-
you have to move something or change a line or something,
Well,
that
the
was already
switching
in
is
the
just the
as-built.
rec out, so everything will be built, so before the job's over, so the job won't be over until everything's wrecked out and complete.
Okay.
So, yeah, so it'll be the end of the job as far as all the infrastructure being in the ground, but we'll still
Okay.
be pulling poles.
Last request is that we make sure the Public Works, Public Safety Committee signs off on the lights, and the Environmental Committee, I don't care who else, but at least the Public Works, Public Safety, on any lights or anything like that. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, 'cause I was going to ask if we had some kind of, we have our multimodal plan now, which I'm very excited about. Do we have like a light luminance for the per city, or I'm sorry, per district or per street, as far as the density of the street? I know over the past couple of months, I've gotten people saying the lights are too bright, the lights are too dark, you know, you can't please everyone, but it did get me thinking to the point of, do we have a plan for luminance and hues when it comes to like streets based on their sizing?
So I can
Please.
speak to FDOT. So there, you know, you're going to have your city streets, which you kind of control that. So I don't, you know, I need to look to see if you've got any laws in place for that. But for FDOT corridor, they're held to FDOT standard. So there's a photometric requirement. So the height of the poles will dictate the frequency of the poles. So what we'll have to do for that is come to you, once you guys make a decision, we want decorative poles at this height, whatever the case might be, that will determine how many, because it'll be based on that lumens and the photometric requirements. So we can get that to you as soon as we get that information. I think before we go into construction, we would have it, but we would have to have a decision as city. It's, if you have an ordinance that says we don't want any, 20 foot, 17 foot, then, the photometrics necessarily don't, unless the cities have specific requirements on their streets for photometric. I'm not sure they do.
All right, thank you. All right, so at this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had one more question. Mr. Destin made me think about something, and I know we have a lot of positive confirmations and a lot of FPLs excited about our progress, but is there a specific timing to actually get those most critical easements recorded and processed? Do we have any type of timing on actually getting them recorded?
So interestingly, so FPL requires them before they go into switching, which would mean you can, as you're doing the construction, you can still be getting them. What we want to do, and I think to Dewey's point, is we want to get them now. But one, you've got a positive, outcome right now. Everybody's positive. So secure them now. Don't wait till you get into construction. And then, like I said, there's a few that you have to do during construction because they just have fluidity and is exactly where they'll go. But we know the proximity.
Is there a
so-
difference between positive and that's great versus recording it? Is there a difference in that?
Yeah, so right now, we've got the grant, permission to say, yeah, we consent, that'll be
Okay.
fine. So now we have to deliver them the paperwork, get it signed, and get it recorded. So you're right, that's a whole different process. The surveyor will basically draw the description, then we'll quickly go get the signatures, they get notarized, and then they get recorded with the county.
And that's happening at what?
That'll be that's our next phase.
Okay, thanks.
All right, anyone else that I missed on the board? Seeing none, I'll call motion.
Thank you
I
so much
move
for
that
having
the
us. Thank
city
you.
manager execute task order 3 of the Destin Utility Undergrounding Project Management Agreement with Utility Consultants of Florida.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
With a second, no further discussions, call the vote. Yep. Ayes have it, so moved unanimously. All right, thank you guys for your report. All right. Lance Johnson.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item is 4C, and it is regarding our city center. The staff has recommended presentations be given by 3 firms that all meet the requirements of this work, and we have them present for council tonight. And I would ask, as we move forward, that the one firm giving the presentation obviously stay in the room, and as a courtesy, the other two firms wait in the lobby while the other one gives the presentation. And the names of the firms currently here, we have Hitchcock Design Group, we have Smallwood, and I'm going to do my best on this one, you guys, so work with me. Sinolovsky, Romanik, Say, or easier for me, SRS. So, and just because that's how I read them, that's the only reason I'm going to ask Hitchcock to go first.
Mayor, if I may ask a question real quickly before we get confused on our rating sheet.
Please.
We're supposed to mark number one as number one, but in fact, number one would get 3 points, number two would get 2 points, and number three would get 1 point.
Jeff?
Jeff is going to explain that process for you.
No, it's quite the opposite, actually. On number one, just go ahead and put a 1 because they're your first choice, and the lowest score will be the one that gets advanced. So the goal is to have a low score here.
We're
not a
playing
high
golf.
score. It's golf.
So on the scores, is it 1, 2, 3, or 1,
That's correct.
5, 10, or?
No, 1, 2, and 3. First
Okay.
choice, second choice, third choice.
No, I got the choice.
So just
How many points for each?
1 point, 2 point, 3
Okay.
point.
Only a grants writer could come up with this. All right, so push the button, let it turn red. There you go, name and address, and floor is yours.
Wonderful. Alex Fennick, 1999 North University Drive, Coral Springs, Florida. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for having us. On behalf of my team at the Hitchcock Design Group, we are really excited to be here with you and the opportunity to collaborate with you on the Destin Town Center conceptual master plan. This project is a once-in-a-generation opportunity and will definitely have a special place in the Destin story. I also want to thank the city manager and staff for taking the time to review our submittal and deeming us qualified to be here tonight. You're going to hear me talk a lot about story tonight, but before I do that, I want to introduce myself. Again, my name is Alex Fennick. I am the managing principal for Hitchcock Design Group in Coral Springs. And my teammates, Aaron and Kendra, while they weren't able to be here, they're very excited for this opportunity. Getting back to the story, I want to take a moment to turn our focus to your strategic plan. And we think that this is a framework and the guiding principles for this project moving forward. You know, we were really excited to see that the core value of the month was teamwork, because we think that's exactly what it's going to take to get this project done. This is a significant project for you all and not something that we take lightly. And so it's going to take a lot of collaboration and thought leadership on our behalf to help guide you guys through this process. This project will definitely have a significant impact, positive impact on all of the strategic goals that you have laid out. And one of the things that we're looking at too is Vision 2035. That to us is the storyline, but more notably the live, work, and play aspect of that. That's because the live, work, and play design attitude is something that our company has been doing for the last 43 years. And so we're landscape architects. We create better places through our unwavering commitment to imagination, collaboration, advocacy, discipline, and sustainability. As planners and landscape architects, we're stewards of the land. We create sustainable solutions that maximize economic viability while emphasizing resiliency and livability and allowing users to enjoy our precious natural resources. Placemaking is storytelling at scale, and the world's luckiest fishing village is a backdrop for a glorious epic. We have a really cool opportunity here to create an amazing sense of place that's special, that's distinct, that's unique, and it's authentic to Destin in all attributes of the vision and in many different scales around the project. Continuing engagement with the community members and key stakeholders is something that will really be the key to success of this project. And as the city would agree, the key stakeholders are year-round City of Destin residents, the businesses, and the visitors. And using traditional and virtual means, This will ensure flexibility to yield the maximum input of participation for our community engagement process. One of the council members noted that the heartbeat of Destin are its residents. And these are people that have put their roots here, they're lifers, and they want to create better places for their children and families and future generations. Whether they be natives that have been here for generations, transplants that have been here for an undetermined amount of time, from youth to seasoned residents here, all are going to be benefiting from this project. It's going to be a new place to live, work, and play. There's going to be community and civic attributes that'll be implemented, entertainment and cultural experiences, additional residential opportunities, but not too many, improved and safer pedestrian experiences, increased walkability, and multi-generational programming. On the business side, these workplaces create valuable infrastructure to boost revenue and boost returns on capital investments and inject vitality into underutilized parcels. These businesses are also putting their roots here, whether it's retail or food and beverage, it's entertainment or it's tourism, or it's service or it's education. The benefits are going to be tremendous for these businesses. There's going to be an opportunity to introduce new businesses. There's going to be opportunities to support existing businesses, whether that's relocating them or adjacent to the development. There's even opportunities to bring old businesses from generations past into this project. Increasing foot traffic, unique retail and civic and residential opportunities, and trying to implement daytime and nighttime events that kind of adopt this 18-hour city experience. And then finally, the visitors have and will continue to make Destin a very special place. Whether they're in Florida, they're out-of-state tourists coming from out of the country, or there are seasonal snowbirds, families, couples, and friends will drive the next chapter of this Destin story. And the benefits that will be provided to them from this project are more reasons to come and reasons to stay longer. New retail and cultural experiences coming to the Gulf Coast, that 18-hour city I was talking about, new restaurants, improved, safer pedestrian experiences, all while embodying the same Destin qualities that are authentic and unique and that bring people here in the first place. The RFQ kind of outlines some initial design criteria and redevelopment goals for the project. And so we've taken an understanding of what these are and what the initial vision and uses as laid out in the document are. And that's to bring in things like grocery and office and education and cultural, while supplementing that with a proper a mix of program and daytime and nighttime activation, and then expanding the scope to make sure we're activating the streets and the public spaces in between some of these other uses, all of which embody the live, work, play mantra. The redevelopment goals are taking advantage of the existing gateways on Highway 98 and Main Street, introducing iconic features and celebrating the Destin brand while maybe creating a sub-brand in and among itself. And all of this will create a series of signature projects for the city moving forward, including specialized iconic architecture, mixed uses, all complementing the public realm. So as we take all of that, the design criteria, the redevelopment goals, we think there's a really special opportunity to create a very authentic story for this project, an authentic story within Destin. Destin Town Center is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. It is live, work, play. It is place-making centric. It's uniquely Florida and authentically Destin. It's a destination within the destination. It's for everybody, and it's daytime and nighttime ready. So we take all of that and we think, well, what are the things that it's going to take to get it there? It's a wide range of residential offerings. It's great restaurants, entertainments, and shops. It's recreation and public open spaces. It's civic and community spaces that'll hold great community events. There's iconic artistic elements and that fun beach flair and branding and recognition that Destin desires. So we're going to just, take the design criteria and redevelopment goals that we understand this project will entail. And I just want to take you on a quick trip to Austin, Texas, where our company just completed the master plan of a 425-acre mixed-use office, hotel, retail, and multifamily residential master plan. That master plan's coming to fruition, but I don't really want to get into the details of that project. What I want to talk about is why that place is special. It's special because of its branding. It's special because of its Austin-centric materials and native plant palette. It's special because of its appropriate mix of program and use. It's walkable. The public spaces are great. It's got a variety of recreational opportunities. It touches on the multi-generational aspect of placemaking. There's dynamic activities. It's an 18-hour city, and it's got iconic architecture. I also want to take you to another project in Austin. While we didn't do the master plan, we're working closely on implementing several build-outs within the domain, on the north side in particular. And what makes this place special is its brand. They call themselves the most desired place in Austin to shop, dine, live, and work. And that's what I sense from the RFQ, that this place wants to be something that's really special for Destin. It's human scale, it's open spaces, it's accessibility, it's exceptional amenities and programs, parking, upscale retail restaurants. There's opportunities for alternatives with different shops, integration of art, and an appropriate program use. So we're excited. We understand and we're excited for the opportunity at Destin Town Center. And so we really want to start creating a buzz. We think that the steps to success are collaboration and communication, and this is going to be key. I kind of led off with that. We think that we've already started to develop what this unique story could be. We need to do engagement. We think that there's an opportunity to either do a city council road trip with some staff or something to go to some of these places that are inspiring us as designers, that are inspiring you, that you want to bring home to Destin and implement in an authentic Destin way. Developing that brand and making sure that as we develop a master plan, it's something that you guys can grow into responsibly in a proper phasing approach. That's something that makes sense. Staying true to your roots. Developing that logo identity, developing a marketing message, and I'll touch more on this in a minute, but we've actually already started to kind of take this conversation to the next step, and so we've created a little take-home for you all that's just, the story continues, and so we've not designed anything yet because we think that that's irresponsible. We want to make sure that we're doing that together with you and the stakeholders, but we've got ideas, we've got places we've been, we've got things that we've seen that we think have a place here to some degree in Destin. And then special events as we promote the onboarding of the town center, but more importantly, continuing to check back in with the strategic plan and the goals that you've laid out for the city moving forward. So our team is inspired by what you're doing and what this opportunity brings. We kind of say we're already in a destined state of mind. They weren't able to join me on the trip, but I wanted to take a minute to just kind of tell you about why we're excited to work with you. We're the visitors. We don't live here, but we've been here and we've got memories here. And I'm really excited about the authenticity that Destin has. And I'm excited to work with you all, with staff, with the residents, with the stakeholders, to bring this project here that is going to change Destin for generations to come. It's placemaking. There's going to be things that are going to happen here that people will make memories. Aaron, we call him Aquaman, and it's because of this place. He saw his first dolphins here, he snorkeled here, he caught his big first grouper off the coast of Destin, and so he used to spend family vacations here, and when this opportunity came up, he was absolutely elated. And then Kendra's looking forward to the opportunities to blend what is seemingly the natural and built environment here in Destin, and the opportunity to work with the residents, the businesses, and the visitors. And so, as I mentioned, the story continues, and anyone that's able to, I would encourage you to scan the QR code. And it's the next chapter. We're not ready to say goodbye. We're just getting started. we're thinking ahead and invite you to as well. And so there's several prompts on there that just kind of get people's brains spinning. And if we have the opportunity to work with you all, hopefully everyone's ready for the conversation. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you so much. All right, at this time, if anyone has any discussion or questions, it's the time to do so. Councilman Bagby.
Just a couple of questions. Did you do a pattern book for your Austin project?
Yes,
Okay. Is that accessible somewhere, or could you send me a link to it?
absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, I
thank
will.
you. And then my second question is, you mentioned ideas. What is our look? What's your idea of what our look is?
Well, Destin's unique, for sure. And it's one of those places that, you know, when you talk to people from the Midwest, or you talk to people that they come here for a reason. And there's a beach flair to it. There's a chillness to it. There's just a great vibe that this city has that I haven't experienced anywhere else on the coast of Florida. So
what's our look?
I think that's for us to figure out together. I mean, that's the.
You said you all had lots of ideas. I'm going to ask everybody the same question. So hopefully nobody, I know there are supporters on other projects too, but what's our look? What's your idea of what our look is?
Yeah, I mean,
all I'm asking.
I think that you have to take advantage of the water. You've got to take inspiration from the sand. You've got to take inspiration from the dunes. You've got to take inspiration from the beach, because that's what this place is. And so what the actual architecture and what the actual materiality of it is, I think that that's all part of the design process.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Aber?
I noticed that you had design in Dubai before you came onto the Hitchcock team. So you were part of the creative team in Dubai.
Yeah.
I've been there. I've seen it. So that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was fun.
I was interested in your designs for the thoughts here in Destin, because we're definitely not Dubai, but you know, it is quite elaborate.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman King?
Thank you, sir. Hey, thank you for the presentation. This is awesome. I see here that y'all are, and I wasn't able to make it up to see, but the Alpharetta City Center. Can you expound on, did you have any hand in that? And is there a design element that would be similar to that?
So Alpharetta City Center was noted in the RFQ as the city's preferred case study. And so, of course, we unpacked that to try to understand what it was. What we took away from Alpharetta, it was its program mix. It's got a really nice mix of program, civic, retail, mixed use. But that's where the brand, and I think the opportunity to level up and create a really special identity it's lacking there. And so we weren't afraid to say that, and that's where kind of some of the places like Rosemary Square and the Pearl and some of the other places on the website kind of start to pick up on creating that iconic identity.
What would your what's the plan as far as multifamily goes? What would y'all like to see done on this piece of property if it's something that y'all if y'all are the front runner here?
I think that multifamily is embodied in all of it to some degree. Now, one of the things that the gentleman brought up about the number of units is all something that we'll definitely want to take into what the market is going to yield and making sure that it's successful in that. But there's definitely a residential component that'll help support this. If you want to create a real true work, live, play environment, residential has to be a component, and to what scale is to be determined.
Okay, thank you, man. Thanks for your time. Thanks for being here.
Councilman Guile?
Good evening, how are you?
Good evening.
I did live in Austin for a short period of time, keep it weird. I couldn't stand that place. It drove me absolutely batshit crazy. But I did visit the Domain. It seemed like there was an overdevelopment of residential in that area, too many apartment complexes or residential building applications. I mean, is that what you're trying to bring with your design here?
No, the idea of the Domain is really, it's the public spaces, it's the materiality, it's very Austin. When you're there, and that's why when Councilman Bagby asked me the question, I think it's going to take some time to study it. We want to work together to understand what home is and what that materiality is, down to the pavers, down to the trash cans, down to everything. And that's what makes the domain special. I agree. I think it's overpopulated with residential units, but the north side of the domain now, they're filling in with a lot of restaurants and entertainment and activities.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing none? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have representatives from Smallwood.
We have 2 council members getting a charger and whatnot, so feel free to take a second. Or I guess we could, yeah, I want to make sure we're here. This is, I'm waiting for, I do appreciate you bringing a visual component of our land to your presentation. I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Well, thanks, I appreciate that. Oh, there was some discussion outside about how long we had to actually give the presentation. Is it 12,
All right.
Is it 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
So for the sake of not making this a 10 p.m. past mayor meeting, we'll just let you get going.
Sorry? So, yeah, I'd like to leave time for some dialogue.
It's
If you
about
all-
10 minutes, but there's some extra
Okay.
minutes as well if you need it, they said.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. So thank you for having us. First of all, my name's Chuck Hall. I'm a principal with Smallwood. Been with the firm for about 42 years, which really dates me. I'm glad to be back here talking about a project. I used to bring my kids here every year when they were little, so I spent a lot of nights at Big Kahuna's and fortunately some more at the back porch, kind of calming down from the Big Kahuna's. But anyways, it's nice to be back. The reason I'm here on behalf of my firm is because I was the design principal for the Alpharetta City Center, and you mentioned that in your RFP, and I know it better than anybody else. I spent about 5 years working on it. First, we worked with the city of Alpharetta, with their mayor and council, on developing the master plan for the district. It was about 25 acres. And then after that, we actually helped put together a development team to build out all the commercial space. They actually had to compete for the job with other developers. It was an open RFP, but our team did get the project. So we continued to work on it for another 3 years after that. I don't want to waste a lot of your time rehashing stuff we put in our response to the RFP. I trust that you all have seen all that, and there's no point in going over it again. So I wanted to go quickly through a couple of other projects that we've done that have some applicability to this, and then talk some about Alpharetta and why I think it was successful, and then talk about your site and what we might do here. Oops, sorry. So the first project is Buckhead Village. It's in the Buckhead area of Atlanta, right off the Buckhead Triangle, and it's a few acres, about 4 or 5 city blocks. The original concept was a sort of Rodeo Drive kind of district, really, really high-end retail. It was put together before the big recession. Then the developer lost it. Oliver McMillan from San Diego came in and bought it and developed it. And so we ended up working on this for even longer than Alpharetta City Center. But it's a number of, 2-story buildings, a few bigger ones. It ended up more of as a very high-end retail district with a lot of food and beverage. And the thing that's interesting about this is, that it really helped to break down the scale of these blocks. We introduced a lot of additional streets to cut down the retail depth because that's really important to the success of a project like this. It also makes the project a lot more walkable and slows down the traffic, which is important. We also have valet parking in a few places here, which also helps support the restaurants. There's a lot of 1- and 2-story buildings. Most of the restaurants are on the first or second floor, and some very high-end retail, Christian, Louboutin, Hermes, Jimmy Choo, and also the headquarters for Spanx. Sidewalk atmosphere is really important. Covered, shaded sidewalks, a lot of landscaping is good. Also, street dining is also a big deal. The more that it looks like people are living there, the more successful it's going to be. Overlooking spaces is great for restaurants. We have a lot of second floor food and beverage options here, and it really enlivens the atmosphere. This second project I want to go over very quickly is for a beach community in South Carolina that shall remain anonymous for now. It's the redevelopment of an abandoned shopping mall, so it's about 65 acres. And so quite a bit bigger than what you're doing. But what we have here is, structured parking at kind of the north and south ends of the site to support higher density of residential, and then all the commercial space clustered in the center. And with an aerial view here, you can see the building that's the centerpiece of this is a hotel, which is a recreation of a 1920s hotel that was actually destroyed in the 1960s. And then the commercial district is really focused around that. Walking distance is really important. But the thing that's interesting about this is that a lot of the parking is on grade. It's not so much structured parking, which is more in character with the scale of this community. We did a number of sketches to show the style of architecture. It's a very sort of low-scale, low-country style architecture, and the idea behind this would be that we would develop a set of design guidelines that would actually guide the materials, massing, and scale of all the buildings in the district. And I think it's going to be very important here to come up with a style of architecture that really fits in with the community. So Alpharetta City Center. Why did this work? It's a great model, I think, for you because your plan development components are very similar, and I think that the way that it's organized it could be very similar. It fronts a main road, and so all the restaurants, food and beverage outlets and all that are on the street, the main street, along with the town square. And then the city hall is actually anchoring the access from the town square way at the back, which allows all of the retail and residential to sort of live between those two districts. And it gives the town hall really the presence and pride of place that it needs without taking up the most valuable commercial space. So this is how that works. There's a splash pool, fountain feature that kids play in the middle of the town green, and then retail with 3 stories of apartments above, and then the town hall at the back. Structured parking was really important to making this work. It allowed us to create a pedestrian environment by getting all the cars off the streets and not in parking lots, so that all of the retail and restaurants could be clustered really close together. And that's something you might contemplate doing here. Aggregating the parking allowed us to have these new buildings, and this is a new building, even though it looks really old. That allows us to put all these food and beverage outlets really close together and create a lot of these sort of like pocket parks and little courtyards that allow you to create a really walkable district where there's lots of different food and beverage options really close together. And that sort of clustering of uses works really well. The town green isn't just ornamental. The fountain can be shut off and turned into a stage. They have a lot of events there. farmers markets, art shows, that sort of thing. They actually close down the streets at times for some of the major events. Now, you gave a permit to Publix to build a shopping center here on the land we're talking about a little while ago. And so that creates some facts on the ground that we have to deal with. But, you know, I don't
Saying we did it backwards? We did it backwards?
Well, I wouldn't say that. But, I mean, we have worked with, grocery stores before. This is a Publix that we put in Midtown Atlanta, and they're in the base of a 35-story apartment building with structured parking. And, they're willing to accept that, but, like grocery stores, they accepted it because they wanted to be there. And so that does talk about the cart before the horse thing. Whole Foods, similar thing. This is the largest Whole Foods in the Atlanta market, 54,000 square feet, and it's in the base of an apartment building. So my point is, these grocery stores will locate in, dense urban environments or town center environments. In fact, they like it, but we have to know how to work with them. So you have to deal with their hot buttons. And I would say in no particular order, easy on-grade parking, parking space dimensions, drive-throughs. They want a drive-through for their pharmacy. They're going to have to accommodate service access, and don't mess with their curb cuts. Let's see. Oops, let me go back. So we decided to look at the site and potentially a little bit more site. And I know you don't control all this land, but that's going to be a big part of this master plan. Is how do you engage the other property owners and convince them that this is a win-win, for the folks who have property here. But for the sake of argument, let's say that you got all the pink land here. The purple square is about the size of Alpharetta City Center, from the main road back to the city hall, and then from side to side. So you have a similar size, actually more land to work with than Alpharetta did. Of course, they put a park behind their city hall, so that's also an option. Now, because the land is bigger, that has an impact on parking. And if you are going to aggregate the parking, you kind of have to have it in the middle of this site. And the reason is because people will only walk so far. This circle right here is about 600 feet, which is kind of the outer limits of what you'd expect for a suburban office building, right? What people will tolerate for on-grade parking. So it's an easy walking distance. And so if we can come up with a plan that puts the parking in the center of the site, that will be a much easier sell for all the other parcels. And so then this shows the town green on Harbor Boulevard, and then City Hall at the back, at the end of the axis. So this is like, all right, what would happen if we took the Alpharetta City Center plan and put it here? So if we build this up slowly, what we have is Publix and their parking lot. And sorry, I'm watching my timer. Publix and their parking lot that we're not going to mess with. So the gray area is their existing parking that's been approved, and then that's their box there with the liquor store and the retail next to it. And then if the city's part in this is really building the infrastructure. So getting the right of way, putting in streets, locating the town green, and then building parking, because that's the thing that is really going to subsidize everything else. And, to an extent, you are subsidizing all the other landowners if you build parking, but this is the way that most of these town centers have developed. And it does increase the value of the property. So to the extent that you control the property, building parking actually makes everybody's land more valuable because they don't have to park, right? Then you look at the retail. And it's important to have on Harbor Boulevard sort of some permeability in the way the buildings are sited. You don't want to build a wall there because you've got to invite people into the grocery store. Publix is never going to go for blocking their view. Out parcels are great, but they don't want, to be walled off from the road. And likewise for the retail that's back in the site. So in this plan right here, we're showing a little bit more retail facing Publix parking field here. But we're offsetting that with some additional parking on grade. And we're proposing that the deck would actually go over their pharmacy drive-through, which, is not a problem. I don't think that's a very tough sell for them. Then there's opportunities on the upper floors. This shows basically the same density that we had and the same components as Alpharetta. So there's about 170 apartments on 3 levels above those retail blocks. In the middle of the site. And then one of those boxes up on the square is an office building, about 50,000 square feet, very similar to what we did in Alpharetta. And this isn't a prescription, this is a, for the sake of argument, exposition, if you will. And then finally, at the back of the site, which is still off Main Street, City Hall in the middle on axis, and a community center or other public use, maybe an outdoor amphitheater. So your community functions back on the land that's not so commercially valuable. So, these types of spaces bring people to the site, but they're not really activity generators like the retail and the restaurants are. They're not a big draw. It's more of a business hours kind of thing, or programmed events. And then I'm showing up, there's potential maybe to have parking for the civic uses shared with the Destin United Methodist Church. They do have a huge parking lot back there, and there's one thing, or two things, that churches always need, and that is more parking and money. So there's a potential win-win there, I think, working with them. All right. And so if you put that all together, that's what this ends up looking like, with the restaurants and the retail up on Harbor Boulevard, the major building overlooking the green, and then a main street that runs back through the site with retail, parking concentrated in the center of the site, and then the civic uses at the back. And you can see that Publix is left pretty much unmolested, but we've developed it in such a way that I think it really, could be a win-win for them. Because what makes this a better deal for Publix, apart from just money, right? Boots on the ground, right? There's a reason they were trying to sell it to an apartment developer. They want people living here because people living here buy food and everything else. But I think the thing that you have to give them that they can't get from a bunch of garden apartments is a destination retail center. And that's going to draw people here. And it's good for them and it's good for you. So anyway, I think that's my...
Awesome. Well, we got some people asking questions, so...
That's my 15 minutes of fame.
First up, Councilman Guile.
My question is more for city right now. He's focused on Publix. From what I understand, Publix didn't agree to work with us on this or work out a deal with any property on it. Am I correct or incorrect? Did I miss something?
Our initial interaction with them, they've clearly indicated at this point that they are not interested. That's their position at this point.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
You said you're
Oh, I'm correct. So we don't have a deal with Publix at this point.
Right.
And this is pretty much, from everything we're talking about, it seems to be centering around Publix. Something else I'm kind of, not necessarily a bad thing, but I don't know that it fits. I mean, when I'm looking at the design, I picture like a kind of a country Midwestern town feel out of what I just saw there, not really a southern beachy feel from how I feel it or how I see it, but.
Yeah, style's another thing. I mean, yeah, the atmosphere of it needs to be local. And as far as, Publix property, I mean, I concentrate on this because obviously there's a huge piece of land that's on the market, right? And they do want to sell it. And the leverage that you do have is you have to approve whatever they want to build there. And the fact is, they're not in the building business, okay? They're not in the real estate business. They bought the land because they wanted a store here. They didn't need it all. They just want to unload the rest of it.
The way that started, it almost sounded like extortion. You got to
Well,
approve.
if you have something somebody else wants, your first negotiating position is always it's not for sale, right?
I'm done.
All right. Councilwoman Aber.
I'm looking at your design here, and City Hall and the amphitheater are all on top of where the post office is, right? Now, I don't think the post office is going anywhere. I don't think they're going to relocate for us to be able to build there.
It may
So-
not, yeah. Yeah, when we did a master plan for the city of Snellville, which is a suburb of Atlanta, and there was a post office right in the middle of their site, and they sold it to the city of Snellville. It was an old, tired building, and they wanted a more modern facility that frankly was a lot smaller, you know.
I think ours is pretty old as well.
Yeah, well, a lot of post office, you know, they don't do as much retail business as they used to do, so a lot of them are outdated. But I'm not saying they'll do it, but I'm saying it's worth approaching.
That was mine. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Councilwoman Bagby.
Thought more people. No. So I assume you have a pattern book for Alpharetta?
A pattern book?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We
Yeah.
did a
Okay. Could you
set of
send us a
design
copy of
guidelines.
that?
I could. I mean, it would be
Okay.
something totally different from what
Yeah, I
you
know.
all are going to do. It's
I know.
actually online.
Okay.
But
If
but
you can
yeah, I'd
just
be
send
happy
me
to
the
send you the
link.
link, yeah.
If you would just send me the link.
Mhm.
So you mentioned ideas and on your, I think it was the South Carolina project, you know, your ideas for the low country look which fits South Carolina. What kind of look fits for Destin in your mind?
I think that's something that is up for discussion, right? I mean, I don't know you all well enough to know the answer to that just yet.
But you're a design guy. I mean,
Sure.
you have ideas, so I'm just curious what your ideas are, just off the top of your head.
Well, maybe not a lot of what we see right now. I mean, I think it could be a bit more romantic. There's a really nice tradition of architecture in North Florida. It's, you know, wood frame, big porches, low scale, you know, a bit more residential
Okay.
scale perhaps than residential feeling. I mean, you know, Alpharetta was very much a, you know, brick and mortar, you know,
Yeah.
Atlanta's very much a, you know, Georgian federal style.
Red brick, yeah,
kind
I
of
got
place
it.
almost. That wouldn't fit here.
No.
You know, it would have to be a different style altogether.
Okay.
But,
I had the same observation about the post office, and yeah, you know, one thing I learned at Rosemary, everything's for sale. Even if it's not listed, it's all for sale, so it just depends on the price. But I do have a question of the land use attorney. Because we don't control this land, and we probably never will control this land, is there a way to avoid a Burt Harris claim, but carve out a town center development district so that it kind of lines up with whatever pattern book, master plan, you know, we tend to pursue, so that we could put, you know, codify that? I guess it's part Lewis' question, but really it's a question for you, Kim, is,
Well, my answer is definitely yes, there's a way we can create that without a Burt Harris claim.
okay, because if we just did it for this parcel, it would be a spot zoning type thing, which I think would get us in trouble. I don't know, but that's my understanding. So I wouldn't just limit it to necessarily this parcel, but not too big, not the whole town center area, because that's too big, but so that we put something in place. Here's my concern. We got three great firms. Y'all are going to give us great ideas. We're going to pick one. You're going to come up with this great master plan, and Publix is going to say, thank you, but we're going to take a pass. I will tell you, if I were them, I think they would take a pass on this, just because, you know, you mentioned the Publix that's in the 35-story. Yeah, those are 35 stories of customers that come here. In a shopping mall, this is kind of like, what's the one just north? Heck, I've been there like 20 times in the last year. Huh? No, the one north of Houston. What's the development north of Houston that they started from just a bunch of, between
Kingwood?
Conroe and
Kingwood.
no, between
Not Kingwood.
Conroe and the airport. Anyway,
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the Woodlands.
The Woodlands, yeah.
Yeah, you know, they have a shopping district,
Yeah,
but.
that's huge, though.
That's huge, yeah, this is not huge. But you gotta get, these aren't their customers. The people that are going to buy luggage or scarves or flip-flops or whatever they're gonna buy, Spanx.
Yeah.
I thought Florida State was home with Spanx, but anyway.
Yeah. That's why you need,
They're not gonna, so 170 units is what I thought I saw.
Yeah.
They're not gonna buy into that. So we've gotta get something that either forces them into something like this, or figure out how we can get a better balance where they're incentivized to have customers there.
Yeah.
And so Kim, if there's a way to do that without spot zoning, I would love to hear about that, but not in this form.
well, first of all, you set the density. So if you wanted to allow more residential, yes, you could. I mean, most of this shown is single-story stuff, so, you know, your height limit's 50 feet, which the middle blocks fit within. You could easily double the density of this if that was what it took to make it work, but I'm not sure that's what Destin's all about. You know, it's having that level of density.
That's the rub.
Yeah,
That's not what we're about.
yeah.
But it doesn't really matter what we're about.
Yeah.
It matters what the property owner is about
Yeah.
at this point. And to get them to say, yeah, bring in, you know, my wife, when she goes to buy shoes or stuff she buys, makeup, whatever, she doesn't also go and say, oh, yeah, and let me do my weekly run to Publix and get all that stuff. It's
Right.
a different
Yeah.
thought process. And so I'm just trying to figure out how to reconcile those. Thank you.
Yeah, I get that. Well, one thing as far as the zoning that you might entertain would be an overlay district, right? Rather than, you don't necessarily want to rezone everybody's property, but if you don't mess with the allowable uses, you know, there may be some things to do to codify what you're thinking about in more detail than just we have review over it, right? And, you know, that would be the objective of this exercise, I would think, would be to get to something like that.
Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you. In response to Councilman Guile, just a question for Lewis. Has there been any other communication or response besides the email from Dalton Locke on March 29th that you're referring to? Or is that what you're referring to?
Not from Publix, but from the folks that want to do the multifamily.
But from Publix? Has there been anything further?
Not from Publix, not
Okay.
from Publix.
Well, just for people that are here, that are listening, I mean, that specific conversation said that he does not do asset management, only does development, and that he spoke with some of them at Publix, and they feel that the best use is what they're kind of talking to. So I read that email as, I don't even make that decision, but we feel that somebody's, you know, better use, but there's a lot to what we're possibly doing here. So that's, I don't take that as they don't want to work with us. But I do appreciate, sir, your presentation and your ideas beyond just that property. Like I think Councilwoman Hebert said, sure, the post office, right? We don't own it. Like Mr. Bagby said, everything's for sale. I agree with that. I've lived here for 36 years, and there's been more complaints about the look of that post office from people than anybody else.
Yeah.
So, you know, it might not be for sale, but it could be for sale. I'm sure people would much rather see something else there. So that's always an option. So, you know, I get that we didn't, you know, we don't own any of this. I get that.
Right.
But I do appreciate, though, the broader look as well, besides just that parcel, as well as you made it work without, I think you said,
Don't say it.
okay, I won't repeat the word you said, but without touching what Publix already had, which you fit it in there, which, you know, I think is important because for them and for anybody else, you know, we're able to show that we didn't touch this and we can still potentially have a great design for the citizens, for the visitors, and for the businesses. So,
Yeah,
but
and this sort of project
Thank you.
is like throwing a pebble in a pond, right? I mean, and that's what this diagram is about. If you create the center and you create the right streets, that you can eventually, you know, get these connections that will spread it out beyond just where it is and really get your downtown district kicked off. And that's what's happened in Alpharetta. There's been a lot of spin-off development from that project in the last 3 or 4 years.
Thank you. Councilman Destin.
And I appreciate you coming tonight too, and you at least have got a concept that you brought with us. But what I'm confused about tonight is I thought we were going to hear more about municipal uses, the theaters and the city hall and the community centers or whatever we're going to put here. And what I'm basically hearing from everybody is Pier Park type developments, that we're going to bring a whole bunch more retail and more restaurants into that parcel to compete with the ones we already have here that are down in the Harbor District. That was what was our goal 20 years ago. We were going to create the Harbor District. The whole thing is just a little very vague to me. And as far as an overlay district, you can do an overlay district. What are we trying to do? Once again, bring more retail and more restaurants to compete with the Harbor District. Or we can say this is part of Harbor District, but you don't get around the fact that's what we're doing, is trying to create some kind of a development down here that, I don't know, is that where we want to go? As I watch the traffic back up all the way through that section down past Holiday Isle every day, I think, do we need another 15 acres worth of shopping where, and it is pretty out of character with what Publix wants to do? Do they really want to put things in front of them retail shops and restaurants that will divert people from going to the grocery store? I would think they do not. And these parcels where we were going to put the retail out front, those are all out parcels that are owned by individual property owners. So we either have to get them to say, yes, we want to do this, or we would have to condemn them and buy them. And it gets very, very complicated and convoluted. So I appreciate the presentation, and you came up with some nice, good, solid concepts, but I'm not sure where we're trying to go with this.
All right, Councilman King.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I just want to say the same thing. So, it's not, I assume it's a long drive, and the amount of work you put into this is awesome. I think Mr. Destin kind of took the words out of my mouth. Is it's not, I feel like I had a completely different vision of what this property was going to be like, and and then seeing it on paper is so cool. I mean, it just kind of puts into perspective what you could do there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's my concern is that we're going to crowd this thing with as much commercial and multifamily residential that it's going to take away from what we're trying to do on this piece of property. And so not to sound negative towards this, I understand you're in business to make money, and just like the rest of us. And how much residential, multifamily residential do you have to have, and how much retail do you have to have for this project to be worth it to you?
Well, I'm an architect, so I'm here to realize your vision, whatever that is. I just took this as a taking off point because you put Alpharetta City Center in your RFP and said you were looking for something like that. So it's a thought experiment, right? If you retained our firm, that's when the fun would begin, right? We'd start to meet and talk about, well, what is it that really will work here? And what is it that the community needs?
Thank you for that, 'cause that's what the comment I was going to lean on was, I get there's 100 reasons why this won't work, or it's a long shot, but I think it's worth risking, not even risking, I think it's worth investing into this design, whether it's your firm or the other two. I think since I've lived here, we've watched plots of land get bought up, and to people who may not know how much power the council has, if it's in the comp plan, if it's in the land zoning district, we really don't have too much power. So I think this is our one shot as a council, as a city, as a community, to allow us to actually have some foresight on what the land can become, and it's for the residents and the local businesses, with, of course, open arms for the tourists to come and check out. So I know there's going to be a lot of reasons why this shouldn't work or why we can easily discount it, but I would urge all of you to extend beyond just what is and look into the possibilities of what we can make this land. And of course, maybe it's not a community center, because I know that comes with some off challenges. Maybe it's not exactly the parking density that we want, but I think to your point, that's where the fun begins, is when we have a design team and they can mix and match these parcels together. And I really hope that we can get to at least that line, and that you guys believe that it's worth the $50,000 to invest in the vision of this parcel, even if it's not utilized to what we see it or what we end up being with that 50,000. So I'll end it there. Councilman Bagby.
I wasn't done, thank you. The point I'm trying to make is that this was clearly influenced in a way that put 170 multifamily units in. 50,000 square feet of office, 72,000 square feet. Does that make sense? Where did the influence come from, and why?
Alpharetta.
That was the Alpharetta City Center
Okay,
program.
so
I just took
on
that
here.
program and put it on this site and said, if that's your vision, then that's how we could realize it in this place.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, this is one of the things that concerns me is we don't have a vision for this parcel. We have several individuals who have visions. We have our former mayor who has a vision. I wouldn't support a hockey rink there, but I know he's really on that. And we probably need to have that conversation because, I don't think we get there unless we force them if there's only 170 residential units. I mean, we have to hold a gun to their head, and really, we don't have a gun. Right now, we don't have one. And they're going to say, no. You want to build a 35-story condo above us? We're there, because that's 35 floors worth of customers that will shop here every single day, except I don't want a 35-story building there. I thought we were going to have, and you did it, you incorporated you did exactly what we asked. We want some public facilities. You gave us an amphitheater and a conference, or not conference center, community center and a city hall. You gave us some green space. You gave us parking, everything we asked for. I understand exactly what you're saying. This shouldn't be competing with the Harbor District, okay? This should be competing with the Outlet Mall and Grand Boulevard, okay? And that's really what it reminds me of right there is one of those facilities going to be a fitness center. Maybe there's going to be a movie theater there. Maybe there's going to be, which, historically it had a movie theater there. That's all to be determined down the road, but we got to figure out how to get publics to buy into our vision. Until we have a vision, that's going to be real hard to do. Because they have their vision. Their vision is real simple. How much money can I make off this land?
Yes.
Period.
Bingo.
And if it's 800 apartments, by God, that's what we're going to sell it to, because that's one of an authorized use.
And that sets the price, if you will,
Yeah.
right? There's an offer on the land, so the land has a certain value. So how do you get this incorporated into your development? Someone has to offer more money and a more compelling vision. But real estate's not, they're not in the real estate business. They bought all the land because they had to get what they wanted, right? What they want more than anything else right now is probably to sell it for whatever can be built there. I don't think they're necessarily married to apartments. Personally, I think if someone came along that outbid the apartment developer by 15%, that would be their new favorite thing, right? Whatever it is.
All right, Councilman Gao.
Just a couple quick things. Everybody keeps talking about how we want Publix. I didn't know that we really wanted Publix that bad, but I'm hearing some voices up here saying Publix. I mean, we're looking at that land right by the bridge. Civic Center's already over there. Harbor District's up there. I don't know why we're so sold on this Publix property. And I apologize, out of what you just read, I don't hear what you hear from that email. I mean, to me, if they say, yes, we're absolutely willing to work with you on a possible city center in this lot, that's one thing, but I think it was extremely vague. And if they were really considering it, it wouldn't be quite that vague. But I just don't understand why we're solely looking at this public property and not other potential properties in the process.
All right. Any further discussions? Seeing none? Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Our last presenter will be Sinilovsky Romanik Say.
I jumped on you. All right. Hey there. Good. So if you just want to push the button, it'll turn it red. And then if it's easier, there's also the wireless if you guys are going to be bouncing around. But that's just for the record.
So I'll tell you the truth. I can barely see the the images, so I'm going to probably be looking at a hard copy that I have here. It's just a little too far. Okay. Yeah, thank you. We're ready when you're ready, Mr. Mayor. Yeah? Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Manny Sinilovsky. I'm a principal with Sinilovsky Romanik Saya, and I will say from now on SRS to make it easy for all of us. With me is my partner, Merle Romanik. Merle and I have been working together for the past 30 years, and with us is Gianno Fioli. He is our consulting planner, and we actually started working with Gianno 20 years ago. We happen to dwell in the same building, so we spent a lot of time working in collaboration in the restrooms and the hallways and the staircases, so on and so forth. In addition to Gianno and Merrill and myself, we have a group of staff at our office that are pretty amazing folks. We've been in practice for 35 years, and we have literally our first hire still working with us. In addition to that, I want to share with you that in the event that we want to speak to somebody about economic and community development, Lambert Advisory is somebody that we've worked with closely, and so has Gianno. By the way, I didn't introduce the name of Gianno's firm, which is Calvin Giordano and Associates. They've actually been in Florida practicing for 85 years, so they have a tremendous legacy. In addition to that, I want to share with you something relatively new. We started collaborating with a firm out of Miami that has offices in New York and throughout other cities in Florida, and for that matter, internationally called Siskovich. And as part of our collaboration, we are working with them on a number of other projects, and we've added a little bit of their work to the presentation that we're going to share with you tonight, work that's really relevant because they are, in effect, very much involved in city centers, town centers, master plans. This gives you an idea of where our offices are. What I want to highlight to you is that we really are living every day and enjoying every day the beauty of a coastal community by virtue of being in Fort Lauderdale. We sometimes refer to our community as a shoreline community, and in some cases, depending where you are in any one of our offices, we're also a harbor community. And that's really cool because literally you have the privilege of having all of those acronyms tied to Destin. Some nice smiles of the rest of the team that we've aligned specifically for this project, helping Gianno, again, who handles the landscape urbanism and design, is Michael Connor, who's a landscape architect registered in Florida, and for that matter, our resident arborist. And then Merle and I have a team of 4 staff that we've identified to assist us with this project. We have a series of other qualifications. We're not going to get into a lot of detail, but one that I do want to detail for you is that since 1999, both Merle and I have been studying with the International Chiefs of Police, and the relevance of that is there's a significant amount of effort, passion, emotion that we put into our projects, particularly our civic projects, that has to do with safety and security. We don't take it for granted that any place that assembles lots of people could be a target, and for us it's really important to bring that information, that technology into the projects that we design. We use a significant amount of software to do our work, whether it's 2-dimensional platforms or 3-dimensional platforms. You may recognize some of the programs that are noted. I also want to share with you that we're very, very committed to sustainability, and it's something that's critical to the success of any town center, any city center. For that matter, we're telling you that every discipline is going to be led by a lead accredited professional as it relates to mastering this master plan. In addition to sustainability, I want to add the factor of wellness. It's not enough really to be a sustainable solution. You have to really worry about the wellness of every participant that's going to visit, and for that matter, dwell, or for that matter, work in this specific town center or city center. We are a minority-owned firm certified by the state of Florida, and we're now going to move into the next section of our presentation, which is a series of images, and we're not going to spend a lot of time looking at every single one of them. Suffice it to say, Merrill and I and Gianna have worked on close to 359 municipal projects, and if you look at the list that's on the screen, anything that's highlighted in blue is relevant to this presentation. Not every one of the 359 are, but most of them are, and there are projects that include master plans, mixed-use developments, town centers, specifically CRA districts, city hall projects, libraries, community centers, event centers, a combination of office, retail, commercial development, educational facilities, cultural venues, recreational uses, residential development, which for us is an important component of this town center, of your city center, parking structures, coastal projects, and ultimately public infrastructure. And as we scroll through all of these many different images, you may recognize communities such as Delray Beach, on the beach, Deerfield Beach, on the beach, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, on the beach, Hallandale Beach, on the beach. There's quite a significant amount of development that we've been involved with, again, in coastal communities, and shoreline communities, and harbor communities. As we continue, we're going to tell you that it's not just about us and our team, it's not just about you and your team. There are a significant number of partners that are important to the success of any master plan, for that matter, of any city center. And those are the many regulatory agencies. You had a significant presentation earlier about a team that's consulting you relative to their work with FP&L. Well, FP&L is just one blip in a significant radar of agencies that we believe that we should be able to speak to and consult with in order to develop a master plan that's going to be successful. You have a community that's mature. There's a lot of infrastructure. How do we use it? How do we reinvent it? You also have a community, candidly, that should be looking at sea level rise and how your new town center, and for that matter, how your new city center is going to address not only sea level rise, but the drainage that needs to move in and out of that rise. We know that it's important for us to be on budget and to be on schedule. We're here to tell you that you can't be on schedule if you're not on budget, and you can't be on budget if you're not on schedule. They are intertwined, and they must happen together. We're actually showing you an image of a project that we did in Fort Lauderdale that literally lasted 10 years, and we planned it to be a 10-year project, and we literally monitored its progress over 10 years in order to deliver the final completion of that project. Our current workload, everything to the left, if you will, on this image that has a check mark means that we've done it. Everything to the right means that we're doing it, which means that we have quite a bit of capacity to handle new work. And for us, this is a very significant project. That's why you see principals of the two firms here, and for that matter, the staff that we've identified to support us. There is a process. The reality is it's going to take time to go through this image, but I do want to share with you that the process is critical, and the process is inclusive, and the process is collaborative, and the process includes community outreach. I'm actually very impressed with the amount of community participation that I've seen here tonight. I'm very impressed with the amount of collegiality that exists among you commissioners and the discussions, and for that matter, the interaction. And I really see that there's a tremendous opportunity to create a sense of place, to create a sense of pride that is extraordinary and will not only retain your residents, but for that matter, attract many more residents in the future. Some examples of our work, and we kind of handpicked projects that we thought were relevant. Pembroke Pines City Center Master Plan. I think what's critical about the success of this project is that the city bought property for X. By the time we were done, they sold the property for 6X. And that's after investing a significant amount of dollars into that land that they purchased. You cannot be successful with your town center, with your city center, without investing. But again, the vision is, especially if you're supported by an economic study, an economic analysis, is that by the time you're done, your investment is going to prove to be amazingly successful. It'll not only generate true cash for you to complete the project, it'll generate a tax base that is extraordinary. What you'll see is that Merrill will basically be our project manager, and she will lead the architectural process. Giano is our urban specialist. He'll lead the, if you will, the planning process. And I want to be very, very involved in the economic feasibility and, for that matter, the economic component of this master plan. Because at the end of the day, it's a legacy that's either going to be extraordinary and wonderful, and everybody will think that you all were brilliant, or it could be the opposite. It's usually not in the middle. And the reality is, by putting in a tremendous amount of study on the economics, you'll be very successful. The next image is Celebrate Alabama. Somebody once told me that everybody in Alabama comes to Destin to go to the beach. Suffice it to say, I don't know if that's true or not, but it is true. Okay. Yeah, it's certainly close enough. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We got a lot of Alabama quarterbacks playing in Florida, so that's our connection to Alabama. Celebrate Alabama is a really amazing project, and I just want to read a few things in the narrative. Mixed-use retail entertainment concept based on the historical past of Alabama. Restaurants, nightclubs, retail shops located in pedestrian-friendly Main Street atmosphere. Astute use of appropriate and authentic detail. And I think we show you Celebrate Alabama not because there's an immediate connection to Alabama, but we show it to you because there is a sense of authenticity that I think is unique to Destin, and we want your town center, we want your city center to reflect that. When people come here, whether it's your residents or whether it's your visitors or whether it's worldwide travelers, we want them to know how unique and special Destin is. The next image that we want to show you, it's not the fact that it's a county EOC and a mass transit regional component with a courthouse and a library. It's the fact that as you go into the bottom, into the detail of this image, you're going to see a concept that has been used in Europe successfully for decades, and maybe going back even beyond that, called the Woonerf. The Woonerf concept is really a mix of pedestrian ways with traffic ways, where literally they work together. And add to that the bikeways, as biking is becoming much more significant. It's really important that we understand that traffic, every kind of traffic, is going to be part of the master plan, part of the city center, town center that we're looking to develop for you. The next image is a project that we did in Miami, and it's a cultural arts and innovation district. And what's critical about this project is we took a community that was almost 200 years old, and we were dealing with infrastructure that was almost 200 years old. And how do you make that infrastructure work while you're redeveloping and creating a town center? It was critical to the success of the project. Atlantic Shores is a 5-phase project. We're just now finishing 4 phases, the 4th phase of the project, and we've totally reinvented. Those of you that know Hallandale Beach or are going to visit Hallandale Beach, look for Atlantic Shores. It's pretty impressive. We took an area that was part of the CRA, pretty blighted, pretty nasty, pretty uncomfortable, and created a fabulous destination. The next number of projects are the projects that Gianna led at Calvin Giordano and Associates. The Samarshi Entertainment District, again, the strength of entertainment as part of a town center, as part of a city center is critical. The fact that there's a cultural element, a socialization element, a historic element, and access and connectivity is absolute. The next image, we'll go quickly, is the shops at Pembroke Shores, the Main Street. The Main Street is critical. We love it. It works. Everybody enjoys it. It's a safe haven. It works in putting together any town center, or for that matter, any city center. A Medley Town Center is important because we took an industrial community within the town of Medley, 100% industrial, and totally reinvented it, reinvigorated it, and created a fabulous, active town center, and for that matter, city center concept. The next image, Wilton Manors. Wilton Manors was a sleepy community just north of Fort Lauderdale, mostly known for its 1-2-story buildings. and there was a very intense motivation to basically reinvent the city. And we walked the city through a process where, through a urban form and density study, we showed them how going from 1 or 2 stories to 4 or 5 stories would actually be positive, creating spaces that are green, spaces that are social, spaces that are non-existent today in a 1 or 2 story community. Ultimately, the last few images of precedent and inspiration, this is Siskovich's Park Square at Doral. It's a mixed-use development. This started as purely a commercial development, and it really became the City of Doral's master plan town center. The next one is City Place, similar in scale to your project. It's a little bit smaller. It's 18 acres only, but we believe it's relative to the scale of what you're looking at. And by the way, we did a little bit of math on the way here, and we realized 20 acres could easily support 2,000 parking spaces, could easily support 200 apartments, could easily support 200,000 square feet of commercial development, and probably 200,000 square feet of civic municipal space. If you want City Hall to be there, if you want your community center to be there, if you want programs such as galleries and museums that are sponsored and supported by the city, that's the kind of scale that we're talking about. Again, 200 parking spaces, some of it surface, some of it in structure, 200 apartments, which is not immense, but we do believe in having residential as part of any town center or city center, and 200,000 square feet of commercial development paired with the city's investment of 200,000 square feet of civic space. And ultimately, in the city of Oakland Park, literally the core of that master plan is City Hall. And I'm going to leave you finally with an image of the New World Symphony building, which is literally not only the New World Symphony building for the community, but it also has a very innovative use, which is the wall cast. They literally use the wall of the building to reflect all of the concerts and all of the events that are happening inside live as the event is occurring. We've taken the time to study a little bit your town center. Obviously, you have a lot of information, historical data going back in terms of maps, and for that matter, documentations of town center. You have your specific town center mixed-use zoning district. Again, we would believe that we would modify that district based on the proposed master plan for town center. There is a comprehensive plan that we would probably impact also by virtue of what we would propose at your town center. And then at the end of the day, this is really an exercise about placemaking and what is going to make Destin's town center a great place. And whether it's the sociability of it, whether it's the activities that are planned for it, whether it's the access and the linkages to it, whether it be pedestrian or vehicular or bicycle, or whether it's just the comfort of being in a special place, that's what your town center should be all about. Ultimately, we took some definitions from our previous projects, and we want to make sure you understand that we are about making people places. That's what we do. To do that, we promote sustainable development. To do that, we take very seriously your past, your present, your future demands, and for that matter, needs. We study carefully the economic opportunities, and I would encourage you to do that as part of your town center. We want to be authentic in terms of the solutions that we give you. The solutions that work in Hallandale Beach may not work here, and vice versa. We want the spaces to be livable. We want to understand the diversity of the population, whether it be your residents, whether it be your visitors, whether it be world travelers that come in and out of town center. We want there to be cultural amenities. That attracts tourism. Tourism obviously is already attracted to Destin because you are the luckiest fishing place in the world. We used to say that in Fort Lauderdale, but not anymore. Ultimately, it'll be a transit village. We'll let the data guide our strategies. Revitalization is critical. We want you to be brave. We want you to be resilient. We want you to have a hopeful vision. We want you to be engaged in the process. The process is going to be objective. It's going to be diligent. It's going to be caring. We're going to listen. We're going to be super attentive. And ultimately, we will create a sense of place. with that, we just want to share some imagery of some awards and recognitions that we've gotten over the years for our work. That's a quick hello card from the rest of the gang back at the home office saying thank you, and we're happy to answer any and every question that you have for us.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate the presentation. Thank you for bringing an economic spin to it as well. I appreciate that insight. Is that something that would be a part of this as well, if we went with you guys as a firm? Is having that economic study, or at least the professional in the room with you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We think that's critical. Again, whether it's us or any other party that you would choose. And by the way, all three firms that are presenting tonight are formidable. And we're very proud to be in that group presenting to you tonight.
I appreciate that. With us not owning the land, I think the economic driver with your guys' analysis would be a huge key for this. So with that, Councilman Guile?
Man, I'm first every time. Look at that. One thing I have to say is I really appreciate one of the things you stated there. In the construction business, we say it all the time. You got quality, you got speed, and you got cost. Pick two. And I like the fact that you were pretty forward in the very beginning, saying, look, this is what it's going to cost money. It needs to be on time. One of the things I'm looking at here that I want to understand as well, it seems like a lot of your developments here are a large space. Is there a minimum acreage that you think you would need to see your vision through fully?
We think, and Jano and Merrill, you can comment, but we think the scale of the property that's been defined in the RFQ, if I remember correctly, it's plus or minus 20 acres, is a good start. We think, and I'm going to be totally honest with you and transparent, that is basically the anchor of what could be a larger development. It just so happens that you're right at the intersection. Well, you know that. You're on Harbor Boulevard and Main, but the reality is that is much bigger in terms of its impact. You have your Harbor CRA immediately to the south of us, which is critical to connect that CRA to this CRA, and then as you go east and west, there's a lot of room for expansion. And I do believe, Commissioner, that we do have to look at not only these 20 acres, but how those 20 acres begin to work as you're heading east, as you're heading west, and as you're heading south. It has to work really as the anchor, the spoke of the wheel, because the wheel really can expand and should expand in all four directions.
Okay, so we're still making the assumption of that same public slot. I mean,
that's what the RFP, that's what we gave them.
Yeah,
I mean,
got
to be
that. I
fair.
don't understand why we gave that to them and we don't have an agreed upon.
Because that was the direction, that's our
contract.
strategic plan.
All right.
It's on the list.
No, I got you. So we're looking at plus or minus 20 acres. If you saw that anchor move from that location to a different location, you still feel you need about roughly approximately 20 acres to make something happen somewhat clearly.
I would say that would be appropriate. We showed you one of our solutions is actually an 18-acre parcel, but it's a little bit different of a geometry, a little bit different of a configuration. I feel very comfortable. I don't know, Merrill and Gianna, if you want to comment, but I would say that 20 acres is, let's say, the baseline, and that from that platform, we want to go a little bit higher or wider if possible.
I got you. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that.
So with that, kind of that connectivity, so do you guys see in your past work where districts are kind of pinned against each other if we build one over the other, if these two are CRAs, or is there a way to make this more of a fluidity where it actually complements each other's district?
So Mr. Mayor, I think the answer is yes. You want to have a master plan that has the flexibility to absorb the growth. For instance, the project that we did in Pembroke Pines, it was so successful that it actually brought significant redevelopment to properties that were immediately to the east and immediately to the west. So what we did in our master plan is we anticipated that would happen, and we created enough infrastructure, not only for us, but we didn't want to have to rip up what we built in order to feed either east or west. So we took care of future infrastructure, anticipating that that initial start was going to grow.
Thank you for that. All right, Councilwoman Aber.
Well, you just answered what my question was on the infrastructure, on having that west and east development. And loved your presentation. I'm thrilled that you have such a diverse group on your team and that you have years together in projects that you've done that resemble what we're looking to do, as well as sort of like you helping us help get with our public that we can't seem to figure out if they want to do this or not. It sounds like you might have some of the experience, and so, with you and the others that are in this position to help us start this development, or at least like put a blueprint together. I really appreciate all the time and energy you've put into your presentation and what you brought forward, so thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
A couple of questions. Did y'all create a pattern book for the Pembroke Pines project?
Could you repeat that again, sir?
Did you create a pattern book? Or did you just do the master plan?
I'm not sure what a pattern book is, but I can tell you what we did do in Pembroke
Okay.
Pines. First, we created a master plan. Okay, then we actually created a design criteria where every developer coming in would have standards that they needed to meet. For instance, if you were developing a certain type of building type, and we had multiple building types. We had straight retail buildings, we had straight office buildings, we had office buildings over retail, we had residential development. So we created standards for every building type, and that standard actually anticipated that when the master plan was done, it would really be very cohesive, it would be very fluid, it would be very attractive, and you wouldn't have competing developers. I want it higher, I want it wider, I want more glass, I want more solid. No, these are the standards, and everybody, in effect, understands that. So we did create a master plan. With a master plan, we created design criteria that was used throughout the development of that project.
Who owned the 113 acres?
The city of Pembroke Pines bought what was going to be a warehouse
Right.
development owned by Sunbeam was the name of the owner. And the city really didn't want in its heart 113 acres of warehouses, like Merle was suggesting, totally industrial. Here, Giano worked on a project doing the opposite, destructing, if you will, and reconstructing what used to be warehouses into a monster, amazing town center, city center. So the city of Pembroke Pines says, we don't really want 113 acres of warehouses literally in the middle of our town. They bought it for X. They spent Y in infrastructure, and by the time they bought it and it spent Y, and the project was completed, and it took some time to complete. It was about a 10-year effort. They literally made sixfold what they invested when they added the cost of the land plus the cost of the infrastructure that they provided.
What ideas do y'all have? Y'all are all creative types. What ideas do you have? What is a destined look? What is a...
You want to start, Merrill?
Yeah.
And then I'll let Jono follow up.
Hi. The destined look, which we've got a lot still to learn, and I think that's what you'll appreciate about us, is that we're not here coming from other places and saying this is what you want, right? We're going to work with you guys and help you make decisions that are truly uniquely destined. In the research that we've done about you thus far, we realize that there is a lot of legacy here, even on the commission, right? As far as folks that have been part of this city and their parents and grandparents have been part of this city. So we want to get in your head a little bit better. Obviously, we want to embrace your connection to the coast and find ways to bring coastal imagery, coastal flair, coastal architecture to the mix, but make it uniquely destined. Obviously, there's been a lot of redevelopment along the Panhandle, and we don't want to repeat something that's already there. We want to make a unique solution that is just unique to you, that helps make it a place that people want to come to, want to live in, want to embrace and be a part of. So it's creating that dynamic that is unique to you. But I think we have a lot more to learn about what that vision is for you all, but I think it's going back to your roots and that authenticity and some of the history of Destin and the development at the time is going to be a useful tool, and obviously having conversations with each of you and whoever you would like us to bring to the table. We're very open to that dialogue. Jen, I don't know if you...
Yeah, I think from an urban design and an open space standpoint, there's always sometimes the misnomer that either you focus on the open space or you focus on the architecture and you hope that everything works. And what we find is that the synergy between the two actually creates the kinds of necessary energies that really create a destination kind of environment where people are going to want to go. That's what generates the economic vitality of it, and that's what creates the repetitiveness of people's visitation. That comes at a product of working with people who have, there's no tension between our firms. We work fully balanced. We understand. I'm a closeted architect, so I understand what the architect needs. The architect understands what we need to make that vibrant public space. And it's that balance that I think is really critical to be able to meet sort of the kind of energy that you do want to have here.
And then the only other thing I would say is my observation is you actually took the town center CRA, and you looked at it, you laid it out. It's not, you didn't just solely focus on, okay, here's 20 acres or here's, because again, we're looking for a town center. And whether, we hope it's there, we hope we can work with Publix, but hope's really not a course of action. So, it's a hope. So thank you very much for looking at that.
If you want to address the hope factor, how much you guys think we could work with that? That'd be a question for me as far as, it's not our land. Is there a way around this? Are we putting the cart before the horse? Or is there a way economically to where we can really truly work with Publix?
So I'll be candid with you. I'm not that familiar with the Publix dynamic, other than I'm a Publix consumer.
As we all are.
Right? And I can tell you that I go to one Publix and my wife goes to another, just because there's things she likes in that one and there's things that are very convenient for me in the other one. But to your point, Mr. Mayor, town center is not about just the center of town. For us, town center is all of the city of Destin. And somehow, town center has to reflect all of your community, from the most extreme edges to the east to the west, if you will, to the Gulf on the south, and for that matter, to the north. We want to create, like Gianna was telling us, this tremendous energy, and I don't think that there is a developer out there, and I consider Publix to be a developer, besides selling bananas and M&Ms. They understand that, and I don't believe that they're going to shy away from success, because you are providing a platform for what is really a remarkable vision. And as long as they can be part of it, I don't see why it would be a challenge or a conflict. In our end of town, for instance, we do a lot of work in a city called Weston, which is right at the edge of the Everglades, immediately west of Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale is on the beach, and Weston is, if you will, on the river of grass. And every single food store in the city of Weston is a Publix. There is no other food establishment. And the truth is, they worked very carefully, very closely with the city and with private development to make sure that they were very compatible, and for that matter, that they were significant contributors to the community. I personally don't think, Mr. Mayor, that we're going to have challenges, especially when they find out that we're all Publix consumers.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilman King, thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. I've actually I went to a conference in Weston, and it is, well, I don't know. It's a cool place.
Thank you.
I was looking at the Everglades when I was down there, and all I wanted to do was go fishing, but I was there for work. I was curious about the, one of the things I like that y'all have touched on so much is that just the culture and the heritage and what we're doing here, and it seems like what your design would be very much catered to what we are doing here. I was curious about the Celebrate Alabama project y'all did. Where is that exactly?
I'll let Merrill speak to that.
So that's in Opelika, Alabama. Honestly, we developed that probably 2007, started and kind of wrapped it up in 2009. It's had some fits and spurts because of the economy tanked in 2009, but the idea was that they were going to connect two interstate highway exits and create this master development that really did celebrate Alabama. celebrate its food, celebrate its music, celebrate its cultures, its sports, its events. It's been kind of a journey for that project, but we were part of helping develop that master plan.
That's great. Thank you for that. One of the things I'd like to point out is that I feel like if this is indicative of the kind of work that y'all do, I mean, if you've ever driven through Florala or Opp or any of these little small towns, they all look just like this. And so the kind of piecing it back together the way that you did and making it look like small town Alabama, Project Alabama, is just really, really cool. Or Celebrate Alabama, sorry.
And that was the
Really
goal.
cool.
We didn't want to come from Florida and bring something that looked like it was from Florida, right? It doesn't make sense. And you want it, especially when it's Main Street and, in your intersection, you want to make sure that it reflects who you are.
That's the exact point I was trying to make, so that's awesome. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just out of curiosity, do we know how many acres of this 20-acre parcel that Publix is going to take up?
You're talking about the store itself? Yeah,
Store
about
in the
11
parking lot?
About 11 acres,
Okay, and the entire site is 20? Is that correct?
about 20 years,
So that leaves us 9,
correct.
unless Publix is not there? Okay, thanks.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
So,
All
Mr.
right.
Mayor?
Yes, let's get the tally.
Hopefully, you all have a blank ballot at your station there. If you don't, please let Jeff know, and we'll get you another one. And I would just recommend that after any remaining council discussion, I'd request that each council member ranks all 3 firms, with 1 being your top choice, 3 being your bottom choice. And then once everyone has completed that ballot, that we take a brief recess so that we can tally up the final numbers.
I'll just chime in. Please write your name on the sheet. I know it's on there, but please make sure you do for sunshine law purposes. Write it on there.
All right, so at this point, once we get all the ballots, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess break. And if you guys want to get up, I'll bang the gavel once he's got the last one. All right. Who? So we are going to reconvene for the Destin City Council at this time. And I will hand this over to Jeff for the overall voting score.
Thank you. I do have the scores. Remember, the lowest score is the highest in this case. Hitchcock had 19 points. Smallwood had 14 points. SRS had 9 points. So SRS would be the council's choice according to this.
All right, congratulations. All right, so.
So, Mr. Mayor, on
Lance,
the
deliberate.
motion itself, there's a recommended motion, but what I would request you would do is, instead of just naming the top choice, which in this case was SRS, rank all three of them so that once negotiations start, if we can't come to an agreement with the first choice, the top choice, then I can move to the second choice and the third choice if necessary.
I got a question.
Yep. In the motion, he's asking in the motion, for the official motion. Go ahead, Councilman.
Is the ranking system are we making a motion now? We can just make any motion we want, or do we have to follow the rankings that were calculated? Was that just kind of like a suggestion to help us get there?
You don't necessarily have to, but I would say we're probably open to a bid protest if y'all did not follow your.
Just trying to understand the process, because it also talked about a lot of things, like it was more towards about money and things like that on that instruction sheet. So I just want to make sure. Okay.
All right, so at this time, I'll entertain a motion. Yep, Councilwoman's also looking for it.
I move the city council to rank SRS first in the selection process, Smallwood second, and Hitchcock third, and direct the city manager to negotiate a contract to bring back to the council for consideration.
I have a motion on the table.
I'll second that.
With a second, I have discussions. Councilman Destin?
Okay, we are telling the city manager to go negotiate the contract, and then a contract will be brought back to us. At that point, we've got a decision to make about what it is we want to do. Frankly, after the discussion tonight, in my opinion, it would be appropriate to not put them to the task until we have one of three or three of three things done. We have a contract in hand, or we have an agreement with the property owners to work with us, and we need a vision. And until we get those two in place, to go forward and spend money is pretty foolish. And hopefully we'll agree that we need to have a contract in hand or an agreement. And I'll make another motion when we're through with this to send the city staff, and I'm suggesting Kevin to go back and talk to the property owners again to see if we can't get a result different than the one we got last time. But I'll make that as a separate motion.
All right. And then Kevin, any further discussion?
I will. I'm happy that we are making this progress tonight. I will say, Mr. Destin, a contract in hand agreement, I don't necessarily feel as strong as a priority to that. The vision, we've been trying to discuss this for a while. One of the things that we are doing right here tonight is to be able to help get that vision on a piece of paper, on a chart, on a graph, on a picture to do that. So we do have a vision. Mr. Bagby said we don't have a vision. I mean, I have a vision. I've expressed it, and some of us have as well. So this just allows us to then work with them to express that vision. And I'm excited for that opportunity for these firms that hopefully Lance can negotiate with.
Yeah, with all due respect, you have a vision. Until this council votes, this council doesn't have a vision, and that's where we need to go.
Right, Councilman Bagby.
So I tend to agree with both of you. But, I was the one, to Mr. Giles' point, who 2 months ago, when we started this, talked about the town center being down where it used to be on the harbor, where we used to have the festivals, where we used to have, the seafood festival and everything, before the Emerald Grand occupied that space. And so I'm not necessarily tied to, I get the Publix thing, but we do have to have something to start, to audible off of. So if we have the conversation where we have a design, maybe that's good. My issue is, what I really want is what I talked to Kim about during one of the presentations is, if this is going to be the town center, we have to put something in place that either incentivizes, forces, you can pick whatever word you want, whoever gets a hold of that parcel to help us achieve our vision there. Because if we don't do that, we can give them $50,000 to do nothing. And I've got a bunch of plans, which y'all have seen. I don't want to be back here, and they're in my trunk if you want me to go get them, because the middle one looked exactly like our 2003 vision plan for the town center, where we had interior parking and all this other stuff. We really don't need another one of those. So what we need is to figure out how to get people, we have two choices: get people to do what we want them to do on that parcel, or figure out how we're going to buy that parcel like they did in Pembroke Pines, and then we can do whatever the heck we want to do with it. And I just don't think our citizens have the pain tolerance of what the money that we would have to raise to do that and then develop that. So that's just my 2 cents.
All right, Councilman Guile.
I absolutely feel we have to have something in place, some type of contract, because the group we just chose, SRS, I mean, they told you point blank, they'd like to see plus or minus 20 acres. When I look in Destin, I see 3 potential areas that have 20 acres. One being a church right there off 307 Beach Drive, and a property adjacent 401 Beach Drive. I see the Harbor Boulevard where the Publix is going to be, but they're taking 11 of those acres, which leave you with 8. And then I see that land, Indian Trail, behind the airport. That's the only place I see 20 available acres without mass purchases in Destin. And before anybody can come up with a vision or plan, I think we have to have a site. We have to have a contract. We have to have something moving forward. And I completely agree. We all up here have a vision, but we all probably have 7 different visions. And we're going to have to come up with some cohesive plan on what we think the constituents want. That's just my take on it.
All right, fair enough.
So what is the actual motion?
You beat me to it. With the 1, 2, 3, negotiate. Yep, no substitute. He's got plans, look at that. All right, I'm going to call the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved.
Well, I'd like to make a motion directing staff.
Button.
I'd like to make a motion directing staff to go back and contact the Publix or whoever it is owns that piece of property, and to see if we get a more better answer about their intention. And I would like to have Mr. Schmidt involved in that process, because he thinks that perhaps they're going to do it, and with that attitude, perhaps they will.
Second. Motion and a second. All right.
Second, I do have one thing.
Yep, take the floor.
I just want to make sure in that conversation that you point out that we are entering into negotiations for a contract with SRS, and you might share their presentation, their whole packet. That might incentivize them to know that we're serious about being a partner in the development of that parcel.
All right. Any further discussion? Jump on in.
And I hit the button, you might want to just cancel that out, but since you're going there presenting SRS, maybe we consult with SRS and see if they have any other information they want to present for Kevin to take with him to try to secure this, get them a little bit involved.
I would point out we don't have a contract with SRS yet. So
That's why you can take your presentation.
Buttons.
Take their presentation and show them that we're serious.
All right. call
Mr.
the vote.
Guile, I'll put on a tuxedo just for you, and I'll show up with
there it
PowerPoint
is.
and everything.
I love you, brother.
We're voting. Awesome. Ayes have it. Kevin is our legislative sponsor. Go get him.
Item 4D is regarding DAG Architect Group for entering into a service agreement for design of the linear park. I think you know that the cost estimates came in about $190,000 north of what is currently budgeted. So we have some decisions to make tonight, whether we allocate those funds from someplace else or reduce the scope or choose option C is up to the council. And I will turn it over to Mr. Kozad for the rest of the introduction.
Yeah, we do have to decide what to do with the contract, accept it as is or possibly negotiate. DAG Architects is here to answer any questions you might have. Ryan Scott can also speak to any technical questions regarding the RFQ.
All right, Councilman Destin.
Did I understand correctly that there is someone from DAG here?
Yep, Levi
That
is
is
in
correct.
the audience.
Well, you know, I spoke to a couple of the principals who made a few suggestions. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Levi Wiegand, principal at DAG Architects. I have also with me Patrick Hodges, who's landscape architect and urban planner. He definitely can speak to the urban and linear park component of this.
And address, please.
And my address is 3 Tomahawk Court, Indian Bayou, right over there. So I'm not sure which pieces you want me to address on it. Is there a specific area you want to target first, or you want to?
Well, when I talked to a couple of the other guys in the firm, we were talking about, you know, the course of price is much more than we had intended to spend.
Mhm.
And we, you know, is there a possibility that we could get just a concept, which is really what we want? However, the grant appears to not allow that. And so we are now between a rock and a hard place about what the grant requires and what we can realistically do.
Yes.
And so I guess our only path forward is to try to go ahead and apply for our extension with DOT and see if there's any chance to modify what it is that the grant allows. I'm not sure there is. But I read through the grant document, and it quite clearly says we have to have it permit ready, which a concept would not do.
Correct.
So if you have any really bright solutions to these problems, I'm sure I'll hear
Solutions
them.
to these problems and discussions. Will you come up here and join me? Because there's kind of a lot of parts to this. And so before we jump into that, I'd kind of like to lay out our interpretation of the project as it stands and what we're trying to achieve. So the project has been proposed in multiple versions. The RFP actually showed it with a road, but we don't want a road, and the grant isn't for the design of a road. So we're actually looking at a linear park. When we talk about the park, there's been discussions about whether or not it's a path, which would be, you know, some sort of unkept but, you know, pathway through that, or if it's a multimodal element, or if it's a 10-foot wide sidewalk. When I look at it and I think about what would I like to take my daughters to go on a bike ride with or whatever, I'd love it to have some moments, some engagements, you know, and those types of pieces to it too. And so there's a question about what the scope of the project is. Before we can address the scope of that project, we also need to have survey information. And feel free to add in here at all.
Let me speak to, I'd like to answer your question, Commissioner Destin or Councilmember Destin. I think there is a solution if we can get the extension. And I think this project, you know, it's got great potential, and I think it's something that's very important to the city of Destin. But like the projects that you made the selection for tonight, the town center, there are still lots of questions and open-ended things. For example, there are easements that need to be secured and things of that nature. Levi just mentioned we don't have any survey data. We can't draw a line on paper really, except conceptually until that's completed. We don't have wetlands delineation, for example. There hasn't been much communication with the Parks and Recreation Department about their role in assuming the management of this if that's the way it goes. So one of the things that I think the principals, because I, like you, spoke with Charlie and others, Levi's a principal too, but is maybe doing, taking this project to conceptual design or to schematic level. And so that would give us the opportunity to do the planning and the working with the citizens and the council and staff to develop the ideas further, give us some time to let the survey work, for example, perhaps that could be funded so it could be completed so we would have more information to work with. And then when we knew then more about what the actual built environment is going to include, what the program elements of this linear park are going to be, then we could perhaps revisit the fee proposal and then give a better fee in terms of reduced cost to the city because we know exactly what we're going to be doing because we've spent some time on the front end working with you to understand better what you want, what we think. We have our own ideas, of course, because we have a lot of experience with park planning and design and master planning and things even like your city center. So that would be, I think, a good way to see this project get started if that extension could be granted, and then you could complete the construction documents and the permit-ready status so that you meet the obligations of your grant funding agreement.
Yeah, and that's the only path forward that I see. Of course, if we're going to just get a concept, we need from you pretty quickly what a concept fee would be.
Right.
Because we're probably going to have to pay for that with our own dime. I think the grant is pretty specific about what it's going to pay for.
Right. Well, I think we can do that quickly. We've worked closely with staff to develop this. We have a number of members on the team, but we don't have to have everybody on the team. For example, we don't need electrical, for example, for conceptual design. We need some input from civil, but we don't need stormwater design. We really need, the landscape architectural component. Myself and Chad Horton are the two landscape architect team members, and then DAG to really kind of spearhead this conceptual design. I've got a lot of experience with park planning and design, just done countless projects. I did the master plan for Henderson Beach State Park back in 1984. I think that's been a pretty good, successful project. And I've got a number of other projects. I've practiced along this coastline for 44 years now. So I'd be happy to help you, bring this project to fruition. But to get it started, I think we could come in with a reduced or a fee just for that initial conceptual / schematic that would really show people images. Lots of design thought. It's not like it's just going to be a plan. There would be renderings and, imagery that suggests, the types of improvements that you would have. And it needs to be a park, not just a path, a linear park. To me, there's a big difference between just designing the alignment of a path and creating a linear park that has lots of different experiences for the citizens of Destin. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We got a few. Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you. The first question would be for staff. Do we own all the property that this is projected to go through? Staff, I would like to hear from first.
We don't own all the property. We have all the easements necessary to do the linear park component, but we don't own all the property.
So do we have the Gulf Power easement as well?
The Gulf Power easement is in a right-of-way, the city right-of-way. So yes, we have that, but they have their easement over the entire right-of-way.
So we'll have the ability to do something in that easement or
So
whatever
I sent out
right
an
away you said
email-
underneath the lines and all that?
Well, I sent out an email to FPL today to clarify what they're going to allow within the easement, and they said that they will get back to me.
So to right now, we don't really know if we could do it or couldn't do it.
No, we can do the linear park or the linear path, but the components of what makes a park, we don't know what they're
Okay.
going to allow in the easement yet.
Gotcha. Is the fee, the contract that y'all negotiated and presented, that's based on RFQ 2302CD,
Correct.
which was based upon a linear park and 98 Palms Boulevard extension. So did you modify?
Yeah, the
What
road
we're looking
component
at
was
tonight?
during, after we submitted and were shortlisted and selected, the roadway was removed from the project, and it became just the linear park. So,
Because you reference a lot in your May 11th letter and other stuff, linear park and 98 Palms Boulevard extension.
Correct.
So
That
are you
changed.
taking into consideration the extension and this $700-something price to design?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question? I apologize.
The price that you are showing for this design, is it solely for a linear park
Correct.
or
That's
path? And has nothing to do with a road or a road extension, has nothing to do with that?
That's
No
correct.
future road, no nothing, just a linear park path design.
Okay, well, let me put it this way.
Please.
We understand that the public sentiment was against the roadway, and that was the reason that the roadway was taken out, okay? That the citizens of Destin had expressed opposition to the notion of the roadway, and that was to be removed. So with that knowledge, I think it's possible for us as to design a linear park that in the future, if the public sentiment changes, might be able to accommodate a vehicular roadway.
So then, based on that answer, I'm going to follow up if you don't mind. It sounds like you're saying that the $700-something fee is to design a linear park path with the possibility of a future road as well. That's kind of what you just said?
I think we need to address the service and access agreements that we're expecting from FPL. So in previous experiences, we've had these circumstances. Hey, nope, this is great. So there's going to be service access that we're going to have to provide for FPL and likely for life safety and other emergency responders. So the nature of that road is not a paved asphalt highway between people's backyards.
I hear you.
And
so there's
so-
potential roads and things like
And
that.
so there's potential vehicular connection.
Sure.
And so that's why I'm, over here about what is the nature of what you're,
Right.
you're
So I
asking.
guess the question is your price taking into consideration a road extension from point A to Airport Road, 98 Palms Boulevard extension? Is
It's
that
not.
taking that into consideration?
It's not.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Schmidt, I just want to clarify, I misspoke when you asked about the easements. There are 3 residential easements that we don't have in a section of that whole path to get from Matty M. Kelly Boulevard to Airport. We're missing
Okay,
3
and so.
residential
And
easements.
I appreciate that. And so what we're doing is possibly getting into a contract to design something, to create a vision, to build something that we don't really quite have everything for yet, right?
Those 3 easements, yes. we're
Got
missing.
it. Thank you so much.
That's another reason we think it's wise to just do the schematic level design and not expend the entire grant funding until you know more about what the feasibility is, what FP&L is going to allow, and whether or not these few people that you have to negotiate easements with, if they're going to be willing. Sure.
I also think that during that schematic design, we're going to be able to develop graphics, and that's really helpful to tell the story. What was presented in the RFP showed a road, and so their only response is, hey, there's a road going through my backyard. Well, if you're actually showing what this park is and what we're intending to achieve and that kind of thing, that's a much easier sell.
Right. I think what we want to do is get that step, the design part, the creative part is, at the beginning, where we work with you and we work with the citizens. The grant agreement requires 4 public meetings. So that, that was something we weren't aware of when we first prepared our proposals, but it's really important in park planning and design. I've done lots of parks in my career, done lots of, mixed-use developments, condos, everything, but it's always surprising how many people come out of the woodwork to oppose a park in their neighborhood? You'd be amazed, you know. It's almost as though, no matter what you do, I mean, you could be doing the warehouse district, and people are, you know, that's when you're surprised that, you know, okay, we like that idea, because they don't, you know, they're quiet at night or whatever, so, anyway.
We know all about that.
I bet. I bet.
All right, first up, Councilman Guile.
I want to, well, almost everybody's already asked most of the questions, but I want to expand a little bit on something that Councilman Schmidt just asked. To Ryan, so we haven't gotten the information back from FPL, but preliminarily, we got information indicating that they're going to have to access all their equipment. So we were under the understanding initially that there's probably not going to be a bunch of park benches allowed, a bunch of shrubbery that prevents in any way, shape, or form. So is that what we're getting confirmation on at this point, or we were just guessing that that's what they were going to state prior?
So all the communications that we've had with FPL to date, well, up until the last council meeting, was showing the road. So that was their access up and down their easement. So now the narrative shifts, now that the road's taken out, like Levi mentioned. So in the past, when I worked with FPL, they're very strict about what they allow in their easement. Obviously, they don't want trees in a power line easement, that kind of stuff. So I asked them specifically what kind of trees, if any, what kind of landscaping, if any, can there be benches and trash receptacles spaced evenly along the pathway? Can there possibly be drinking fountains spaced along the pathway? And then also, can there be shade structures or sail structures periodically throughout their easement? So that's what I'm waiting to get an answer back on.
Okay, and there is a chance that this is just basically going to be a field with nothing else in it that we walk down a little path with.
That could happen, yes.
Okay, for $730,000. Thank you, sir.
All right, first up next, Councilman Bagby.
Okay, so when Councilwoman Ramswell was up here and she talked about this, she referenced the existing pathway, the existing linear park that exists in Charlie Clary's old neighborhood in Destiny East, which is still there. And it has a bench, and it's on the FPL right away, and it's got, yeah, well, the gazebo's not, but the gazebo's out on the Gulf, or out toward the Gulf. And so it's not like we're reinventing anything. We just have to follow what FPL has allowed before. So I think we have a concept already, you know, a 10-foot wide meandering path, not meandering too much because FPL might have to drive down it, okay? So it'll support that. That's all we're doing. If you think of it as an extension of that park, that linear park, that's all that's there. My questions for the staff are as follows. Who owns this project right now? No, Jeff owns getting the grant. Jeff got the grant. Ryan owns, you know, coordination with FPL. See, because what I see happening here, you know, this would be a great project for a deputy city manager if we get one. We'll talk about that later. But look, we've got to get a concept. We got to get a survey. We've got to get public meetings. We've got to get, you know, all this stuff. So who owns, this is Royal Melvin Park all over again. I just want to know, somebody on the staff, and I don't care if we go hire a project manager or we give it to the project manager, somebody's got to own this project because we're going to be dead in the water if we lose this grant. I will be, as I've stated a few times, the saddest person you've ever seen. And usually when I'm very sad, there are a lot of other sad people. Okay?
City manager's in charge, right?
No, he's in charge, I got that, but he can't be the project manager for every dang project the city's got going on.
We hired a firm, didn't we?
But have they been assigned this? No, because we still have to get the survey. I mean, we're not to the point where, but somebody, Ryan, Jeff, somebody on the staff has got to own this until we hand it off to the project manager. The project manager is when we have a concept and we're going to final, construction plans, and he's involved or she's involved in the development of the construction plans, and so they know exactly what's going to go on, so they can hold everybody accountable for the construction project. So I'm just asking us to, somebody lay out for me the programming plan. Ryan, I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. Here's the date we're going to initiate the survey, which it sounds like we're going to have to pay for ourselves, which really ticks me off. Here's the day we're going to have the public meetings. Here's the day we hope to have the concept done. But the concept exists. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're not going to put some fancy, forest out there on that linear park,
Right.
because FPL will never allow that. So we're overthinking this to a certain point, but we need to get off the dime and get this thing started. So please do that, because I'm going to ask Representative Maney to meet with me in the next couple of weeks. And my one question for the staff, which I, in my pre-brief, posited, did we talk with Mr. Maney, with Representative Maney, about the linear park extension? Not with FDOT, but specifically with Representative Maney. And did we get that captured in writing, where he said, yes, I understand you're going to have to get an extension? That's my only question for the staff that I really need an answer to.
I have sent emails to his office alerting them to the fact that we will be needing an extension and requesting one when it's appropriate. And I've gotten just a blanket response back to the fact of,
Okay.
thanks for the update.
All right. And so what I would like to see at the next meeting is the plan. Our plan going forward to get this dang thing done. I want to know when the survey, when we're going to put the survey out for bid, if we have to put it out for bid, when we're going to have the 4 meetings, at least put it on a calendar. Get this thing down the road. We're just kind of sitting here churning water, and it's.
Well, right now, all of those things were going to be things that DAG was going to perform. So if we had engaged them tonight, they would be doing the survey, they'd be having those meetings. We'd be involved in the process, of course, but those are all things that would be under their scope.
May I ask a question, please?
Sure.
The question I've had in my mind is similar to yours. A lot of the questions you've asked were questions I was trying to get answered. But which division of the city will be responsible for, when you said owning this project, for maintaining it, for taking care of it? Is it going to be Public Works? Is it going to be Parks and Recreation? I mean, where's that responsibility in the future when it's executed?
I guess my question to you would be, why would that matter to you guys? You're designing the park.
Because
it's our responsibility. The city's going to maintain it.
Right.
Well, and that really is up to the city manager, maybe the council if we put it in Parks and Rec, or usually Parks and Rec, we do it. But, if he wants Public Works to do it, I don't really care. Why would you?
Well, the reason I ask it is just so that we would know who we were going to be working with.
You're going to be working with the project manager.
Right. And whether that, so I think we've already requested proposals from 3 surveyors.
Okay.
And we're expecting to get that information and then provide that to Ryan and Jeff. But all we really need is, to be told who the contact is, and then we can help, establish when the public meeting is, how long the survey is going to take, and, help manage the project for you. I mean, we see that as a part of our scope and responsibility.
Can I chime in just real quick? Just since the resignation of our deputy city manager, I have tasked Jeff with taking on this project as the lead for it. His title is more than just grants manager. He's also the project manager too. So right now he's taken on that role. And if things change in the future, then we may be able to change that too. But I can't predict that right now.
Got it, Jeff?
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it.
I'd like to make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead, yeah, jump and make a motion anytime.
Okay, the motion will be 2 parts. First part is to immediately have staff contact FDOT and talk to them about the extension that we need. I see.
I can speak to that actually, if you'd like. I have had correspondence with them, and they told us first to engage the design engineer, and then they said secondly, get back to them in August, once they began to work, and get us an updated schedule, and ask for an extension at that point. So they don't want an extension request right now. They want us to get back to them in August, when we know more, we've made some progress, and we have an updated schedule.
Part of the motion would have been, and is, to direct DAG to come back with us with a price for the concept as quickly as possible. And then we can go forward with the part that DOT wants.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I just, can you include that the survey be initiated in that concept? Because until we get the survey, we're not going to do anything, really.
Okay, well then, if that's the case, perhaps we need to just go with the recommended motion, which asked us about coming up with the rest of the money and suggested a couple of avenues where we could get that money. And that motion was to get the additional monies. That was how much, 190,000? You want to tell us about what that was, City Manager? Or projects, whoever's in charge?
Well, I think we had two options. One would be from the town center, and the other would be from the general fund.
What was the second one?
General fund?
Yep, well, the town center would probably be, it is located mostly in that, is it not?
I believe it is.
That would probably be the more acceptable place to get the money, I would think.
Are they out of the red yet? No? No? Did you hear from O'Neill on any grading process?
How quickly can we renegotiate potential cost-reducing stuff if we went that route? I mean, so that's what you originally were asking to do? Right.
It's all, I hit it. Okay. Okay. The original motion was to have them come back with the concept, so at least we could know what it was we were trying to build, and then segue into the surveys and the other things that are necessary to satisfy the grant requirements. Depending on how fast they can give us a concept price and how fast we can move forward to that, because it sounds like DOT wants us to just start off doing what they want us to do in order to get an extension. And if that's the case, then we're liable to delay it worse. So I'm going to withdraw that motion, and I'm just going to go forward with the motion that the staff had suggested, and that the CRA funds, if available, would be the way to finance our part of it. Crystal, are there funds available there?
Yeah, just to clarify, it's true that the town center CRA does have a negative fund balance, but we have a plan in place, and they've already started paying back the City of Destin's general fund, and there is adequate cash balance right now. We've been building up the cash reserve so that they're able to do this, and their projected cash balances can tolerate an additional $190,000 encumbrance.
Okay, so it sounds like that's doable then, huh?
That's correct. So what it would require is we'd have to bring back a budget amendment to appropriate from the town center's fund balance in resolution format at the next meeting.
Well, it is that, or try to take it out of our reserves, which is probably not a good idea. So I'll make the original motion with the stipulation that we use this town center CRA funds as outlined by our finance director.
Right, got a motion? Got a second? I got some further discussion. Councilman Sweetser?
Yeah, most of you guys actually asked some of the questions I was going to go through with. one of the things on my briefing, that was, we're talking about who's going to be the person in between. I was going to ask for us to make a motion to vote on me being the legislative representative for Linear Park. I'd be more than happy to take that on.
Yeah, take my spot, please. I'm not a legislator body anymore.
Second.
Got a second?
Well,
We have a motion on the floor. Let's
right,
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody else has got it.
right. But once we hear back from FPL and we know exactly what we can and cannot do, again, we're kind of just ducks in the water. So once we hear back from them and we know what we can do, I look forward to this program going forward.
Councilman Destin, anything further? Anything further? I still had you up on. All right. Jump on in, Lance.
Just to clarify for myself and staff, I appreciate the motion to move this thing forward, which is what I want to do, but it doesn't, at this point, include any concept design, so do we want to include that? Not at this moment. Okay, thank you.
All right, calling the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved. Councilman Sweetser, want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that the legislative sponsor for this project be Councilman Sweetser.
I'll second that.
Seeing no further discussion, calling the vote. Man, I'm getting off. All right, the baton has been passed. Congratulations. All right, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have item 4E is the resolution 23-07, which is adopting a policy for annexation of unincorporated property into the city of Destin, and it aligns with the current Florida state statutes. This is strictly policy. It does not include any prioritization of those areas, and we have Mr. Louis Nguzzi.
Oh my God, you're in all black. Again.
Almost. Mayor, City Council members, good evening. Pursuant to your directive about a year and a half ago, let's talk annexation, shall we? It is normal for all our communities throughout the United States to have an annexation policy. We just didn't have one, and we're just beginning to do so. Annexation is typically there to demonstrate a community's desire for balanced growth in light of emerging services. To that end, it is important to have reasons why you undertake annexation. I say so because you do need to have annexation for two basic reasons. One, to have public engagement related to transparency, explaining why the policy exists and how it will be implemented. And second, to have a framework for discussion with jurisdictions that adjoin the community. With that in mind, here are the three specific objectives for our annexation policy. The first one is to ensure that we have clear and discernible boundaries. As you know, at any given time, you can be in the city, and 1 minute later, you're in the county, and another minute later, you're back in the city. We need to clear that up. Second, we need to enhance our tax base so that we are financially sound to provide services that are needed by our residents and businesses. And third, we need to make sure that we take steps to mitigate any potential negative impacts to our infrastructure because of development that's outside our borders. There are two types of annexations that we'll be considering. One obviously initiated by the city, and then others that are initiated by our residents. And in both of those instances, there will be a discernible process as far as review is concerned for each request that comes in, and also a process for application and determining whether that annexation is good for the city or not. And I've just outlined the steps up here. There'll be a review by city staff, including our land use attorney, and also a review by the LPA, local planning agency, and then finally a review by the city council. And all this is pursuant to state law and our local land use elements. What you have tonight is basically a policy. We're not in any way initiating any annexation of any properties at this time. And so I just wanted to make sure that that's clear, and I'll take your questions.
All right, anyone have any further discussions?
I move City Council approve Resolution 2307, annexation policy.
Second. All right, motion and second. Any further discussions? Yep, jump on in.
After this policy, if it gets passed, I imagine the next steps is to take action, right?
I was going to recommend a motion for that.
To take action on the objectives that you're laying out here. So do you already have something in mind of next steps, the plan, the calendar, the schedule, or do you need us to formulate that or help?
The answer is yes, 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 and I'll just need your timing as far as when do you want to initiate that, and we'll certainly be able to bring you all the information that you need to make decisions.
So it would be beneficial to know, like, hey, we would like to do this with, start seeing your plan in so many months. I mean, that's what you're wanting to know, rather than just an open-ended future.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you guys can remember, we kind of had that phasing of like a phase 1, 2, and 3. So whether we want to make the motion tonight or if you guys want to see the information, I guess the next step would be to direct the city manager to discuss with county staff in negotiations of the phase 1 enclaving area that we've recommended and kind of seeing where they land on that discussion.
We're going to vote on this first.
Yeah, no, I was answering the question because we just talked about this.
Sure.
Without any further discussion, I'll call the vote. Ayes have it, so moved. Would you like to direct them in any way to move on with phase enclave?
I mean, if you can't answer it right now, I don't want to make a motion, but I don't necessarily recall the phase 1, 2, 3, but I'd like to know, I mean, like Kim mentioned in the call today, about if that's the rankings that we need to go for, sure, but I'd like to prioritize those that does benefit the city revenue-wise, and all that. And I don't recall if that was
No,
those.
yeah, and what we talked about earlier, which I think it would be recommended for the council to do, would be to direct staff to bring back information regarding the phases and a cost-benefit analysis that we need to look at to provide you with the ad valorem income
Right.
versus the maintenance costs,
Sure.
et cetera.
When could that be presented to us?
In the next couple of meetings, I'll be away much of June, anytime July.
Sure, so I'll make that motion to have that by, end of July.
Sure.
All right. Perfect as in second?
Yep.
All right, any further discussions?
Perfect as in second.
Any clarification? All right, seeing none, calling the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved.
Thanks, Louis.
Oh, man, you can stay on up here then.
Real quick.
Oh, mobility plan.
Yeah. About a year, Lance, shall I go ahead? Yeah. About a year and a half ago, you did ask us to replace the mobility plan program with, the multimodal plan with the mobility plan. And as you recall, the mobility plan is supposed to be a compilation of all the needs, transportation-wise, that will facilitate easy movement in the community for residents and our visitors, and establish long-term needs as far as transportation is concerned. We have gone through that exercise. We looked at all the streets in the community, what the efficiencies and so forth. And we're at a point where we have projects that we have identified that will address those efficiencies. And I have our consultants that we've been working with for a year and a half now to kind of outline all the work that we have done and seek your guidance. Alan, would you take over, please?
Thank you for hanging out so long.
Sure. Very interesting discussions tonight. Thank you, Alan Steinbeck with 3TP Ventures. I will be giving you a brief presentation tonight on the mobility plan. I thought we were going to have the PowerPoint up, but looks like we're going off the PDF review copy that I provided you all. But this is just notes for talking. The status of the project is we are substantially complete with the report, which I'll show you a little bit about, and have done a lot of work on project identification. Your packet included a map with all the proposed projects in the mobility plan, which include different types. And the purpose of this is to talk to you about a method for seeking council priorities. We have ranked projects according to some staff policies and emphasis. You are not seeing that in the packet or tonight. We wanted to give you a blind look at the projects so that you are evaluating projects relative to your own preferences that didn't include the staff prioritization, nor did it include costs. So you're not going to see the cost, you're just going to see the project. So if you will take the time to do this, this will help us get to the finish line here. Let's keep going. Next page, I guess. We have completed this a draft project list, the mapping that you have in your packet, and we are now working on getting these priorities done. You'll see a couple of slides in the plan. You can keep advancing here. We have this plan document with lots of pictures, text, maps. We've tried to make something aesthetically pleasing that's fitting in with the style of Destin. And keep going. Just so you can see, we also have these one-pager project cut sheets that will provide information about each of the projects that are for easy, quick access, so you have information about, and if you want to see what's going on with an individual project, you can do that. And then some things about this exercise that we've asked you all to do. We are not asking, you can read the instructions in final list, but I find that some people sit down and just start ranking things. We do not want you to rank the Crosstown Connector project because it's presumed to be a top priority and something the city will continue to invest in over time. We want you to rank the other projects in the plan, which include new roads, you can keep going. A lot of sidewalk and bicycle projects that were identified while we did this work, but also come out of the pathways plan and the comprehensive plan, some things that have been on the books for a while that have been unfunded and undone. Some parking structures that include a parking strategy for the Harbor District and for the Crystal Beach area. And then intersection improvements, and the intersection improvements were a function of our emphasis on safety. If you recall, we went around, we looked at all the intersections in town and identified the ones that had the most promise for making some improvements that would improve safety for people who drive, walk, bike, or otherwise use that intersection. And so those are a function of some more current work of the project. Keep going, please. So the priorities are to review these projects and identify the top 7 that you think are the most important, and then the second tier, your second set of priorities that are top 7. What's going to end up happening is we'll have a high, medium, and low ranking. So those that get 0s or 1s are going to be in the lower priority. The way we're going to use this is to prioritize these projects for the impact fee and the mobility fee study. So think of this as a map of projects that the city might spend its future impact fees on. And that's why you'll understand that it's mostly city streets where we have these improvements. We're trying to emphasize the city spending on its money, investing in its own corridors, and why if you looked at 98, there's not a lot there, but the city is working with DOT on the PD&E study and the future plans for that. And so we're not focusing on that in terms of city funding and priorities. We will take this and we've asked that you do this. Some of you might have already done it, but the deadline for this, the request is for June 12th. And that will give us time to prepare the priorities, and we'll show you after the voting is done what the council priorities are and also what the staff priorities are, and we'll try to blend those together to make sure that we have some high, medium, and low priorities going in to the mobility fee calculations. If you're curious about the status of that and how much left there is to do after we're done with this, we've done a lot of the mobility fee calculations already and prepared for this moment. as best as we could. So we'll be moving fairly quickly towards the finish line of that once we get these priorities in place and the council's adopted them. After you all have finished your voting and we've received those and we've tabulated them and you've gotten them in your packet, the request is going to be for council to finalize those priorities so we can put them in the mobility plan, finalize the mobility plan, and also finalize the cost estimating, which is, I've got to tell you, it's a real difficult time right now for people who are trying to cost estimate projects. What we found is anything that was cost estimated more than 6 months ago needs to be revisited in some way. So our team is working with staff very closely to review cost estimates, to go and do the due diligence, to create new ones if we have to. And that's something that's going on in the background now. I do have a number in my head of what I think it is, but we don't have a published number yet because we haven't finalized all those costs. But when you look at those parking decks, it's probably about 30-something% parking deck cost and 60-something% roadway improvements. So that is the exercise. I'm not going to try to cover the substantive nature of any or all of the recommendations because we've done some of that in the past, and I feel like you'll know well enough the community to do this exercise. But if you do have questions about those projects, I can take them now, or we can address a more detailed conversation with you if that's what you desire to do as you complete this exercise. And when I say we, I mean some combination of me and management community development.
All right, so we got a couple, so Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, I'll make a motion, and I got a question, but I'm assuming we're not ready to hash out all these tonight. Some of us might, some of us might not be, so I'm going to move that each council member provide his or her priorities to the city manager by June 12th, 2023, and the city manager include these priorities on the June 19th, 2023 agenda for discussion and adoption.
All right, I have a motion on the table.
I'll second that.
All right, with that, any further discussion?
Yeah, just,
With Kevin before I move on. Don't snip me at me.
I mean, I do have, 14, sure, but I know, we got a lot still going on at the rest of this meeting, so there's 50, besides Crosstown Connector, there's 53 projects on this list, right? And you're wanting 14 out of the 53.
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
All right, Councilman Destin.
I'm glad we're not going to try to do this tonight. On another note, though, this is a unique way we're proceeding here. We've got all of these projects, none of which have been reviewed by our Public Safety Committee at all, which seems to be contrary to the way we usually do things. Also, I didn't see an option, although there is always an option, for us to put our projects in this and make it 70 or 80 perhaps. And so I'm just having trouble getting my arms around all this. I guess I can vote for 17, but without any kind of public input, it just doesn't seem quite right to me. I think we need to run it by the Public Works folk or have some kind of public input into this. Otherwise, it's the staff and us just deciding.
Can we amend, I know we can amend it, but will there be a meeting before June 12th?
Not likely.
There's a June 5th and whatever.
I would add, while you're looking at your calendars, it is not too late to entertain new ideas into this plan. We have done our best effort to come up with this, but we've driven every intersection of the city to try to figure out which are the best ideas. If we have missed something, that is totally possible. And if you all want to let us know that, we can add to the list. The plan's not final, and you all have responsibility for adopting it, so we want to make sure that we get your feedback.
Yeah, and that's part I understand. I just want to see some kind of input from the public scheduled into this, and a perfect avenue for that is through the Public Works and Safety Committee. And so I will offer an amendment, and Mr. Schmidt may be happy to accept that this list doesn't get finalized until review by the Public Works and Safety Committee, and we get their input back to us.
My only question is why you're saying your deadline is June 9th, whatever you said. Like, what's that deadline? It's so urgent.
The June 12th deadline for receiving your feedback on this is to make the packet deadline, so we can prepare for the packet to get
But if it
into
gets
a
pushed
July
back to
meeting.
July, it's not a big,
If you want to vote and finalize this after July, then there's more time to deal with this.
I'll amend it to that. I'm fine with that, because I definitely think they need to
Second,
input.
okay. All right, so we got the amended motion on the table.
Yeah, just to clarify, there was every intention on the part of the administration to go to all the committees, but we always come to you first for any guidance as far as any major policy issues that you may deliver to us so that we can work with the committees. So the process is still ongoing. We just want to get you an update of where we are at this time and get a sense of whether you feel we're headed in the right direction or not. And if you had any serious projects that you want to see, we certainly would like to have that input. But we intend to go to the Public Safety Committee, the LPA, and even parks as well, because some of these roads they impact the services for the parks. So the process is required by state law to involve major public input. So.
Thank you. Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, Mr. Destin identified my major concern with this. It's good. Okay, y'all have done great work, is the lack of socialization of this plan. Okay, other than the mayor putting out his Facebook post and saying, you better speak up now because the train is coming down the track, and I think our great PIO probably put out an announcement or something. But, you know, I would almost say the committees collectively could workshop or have a workshop and bring in the public, because what I don't want to do, I want to hear from the public. And other than the people, you know, who commented on the mayor's Facebook post, I haven't heard from the public on, wait, they want to put this bike path all the way through my neighborhood, where you know, who's going to pay for that and how's that going to happen? And so we've got to do a better job of socialization and attempting, and I know, you know, summer's coming, but attempting to get the feedback from the citizens to say, well, I would do this one, you know, that would be my top priority. I just want to hear from citizens. I haven't heard from a single citizen because there's not a lot of information that, hey, we're considering putting a road right through your neighborhood, or, you know, and some of these ideas are good. But I'm also like Mr. Destin. There might be a couple ideas that I would like to see come through here too, or get added. And then we collectively bring all those back, and then we, after everybody's had their chance to provide input. So is there an ability to have a public workshop on this? I assume there is.
Yeah.
Where we could invite all the committees, you know, announce it publicly, get input, and then maybe each committee could bring their numbers back at their committee meeting or something. But we've got to do a better job advertising this and at least attempting to get feedback from the public before I'm willing to give you my priorities. So that's kind of where I am on this.
Mr. Mayor, a couple questions.
Go ahead, yeah.
Mr. Bagby, are you referring to a workshop in the traditional public sense where it's formal and people talk and people get to speak, or are you talking about roll your sleeves up kind of workshop?
You know, I would leave that up to y'all. This is almost like when we did the PD&E on 98, and we were going to do the 6 lanes and do all that, and we did it over, I think, at Village Baptist Church, because it was out there in one of their little rooms, and we had maps all around the thing, just kind of like these maps, just put them on poster board, and people went around and said, wow, okay, so what's going to happen to the entrance into my neighborhood, which was my neighborhood's biggest concern, because we just spent thousands of dollars on the landscaping out there, and now it's going to all disappear because there's going to be a lane of traffic going right through there. And so and Sandy will correct me, or Dewey will correct me, because I'm probably wrong, but I thought they had a box where to receive comments where you could write down, you know, I don't like MU1.
Right.
Okay, this should never be, and then they put their name on it, or hey, why don't you move the sidewalk over here or something? But we've got, this
It's an
is a
open,
good staff consultant proposal, but until I get something from the people, I'm not going to have any priorities. I mean, I know I have a couple that will definitely be on my list, but I want to get some socialization of this process, please.
and that was the nature of the second question I had, which is the staging of these types of conversations relative to your priority setting. And then the other is the extent to which the committees or the public have some sort of voting and scoring or something similar that also comes out in something we can quantify. There's pros and cons to that, but it's probably superior to just having willy-nilly feedback. I'll just use that term, like just random feedback.
Yeah, I would like the public to have general feedback, like we just talked, like the Highway 98 PD&E. I would specifically like the Public Works, Public Safety Committee to give us their priorities because they know a lot of these roads better than some of us do, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and then I guess for the sidewalks and everything, do you guys have, I guess, like an overlay map of like, hey, here's like a good, call it a 1 mile trail of sidewalks and we're missing this gap? Like, I think for me, it would be nice, or maybe from the general public when we have this workshop, to see where we're filling in the sidewalk gaps or the bike lane gaps with maybe an overarching 1 mile, 5K, 10K kind of pathway, if you're looking at it from like a wider view. Because I know a lot of the sidewalks and bike paths are located on the western side, but they just kind of get very all in there. I don't really see the service when I mean, I run, so I know which ones are connecting to what, but I think seeing what is connecting pathways and what we're trying to miss the link would maybe be a good visual if we're going to go more public notice with all this. I think just to have that as an option for people to see of what gap we're filling in by putting sidewalk SW9 in, for example. And so that was just my kind of overall take of it all, was if we're going to get a lot of general feedback, that we kind of show them the holistic view of how this connects with what the infrastructure we already do have. So that was just my 2 cents on the matter. Councilwoman Hebert.
Thanks, Mayor. Mine was on the same train of thought as Mr. Bagby's on, how much outside input did we get? Is this just staff going around figuring out where some of the areas are? Because there's definitely, when you look at the Destin Sidewalk project list, there is nothing on there about how Main Street, the first half of Main Street, you got sidewalks on both sides. And then you get to about Kellaire, there's no sidewalk from Main Street,
east side.
Airport, east side from there to Kellaire. And then when you get down and you get to the Main Street Park, once you hit there, then there's no sidewalk on the west side. So there's no consistency on the Main Street, which is definitely a long 2 mile, 3 mile, round trip for dog walking. So I'm glad that he's already brought it up, that we need to find out from others what else we might be missing things, because y'all were looking directly at what was there. And then the other thing, when I look at the improvements on like the parking for Marler Street, Mountain Drive, and Harbor Boulevard, where it says parking deck, and then you've got Zerby Street parking deck, and then you've got the utility easement parking lot. What's the difference between a parking deck and a parking lot? Is a parking deck like where you're going to have like over like 2 levels?
Structured, superstructure, yes.
Right,
versus
so a
surface.
structured parking lot versus, just a parking deck. So decks, basically, are you going to go 2 decks or 3 decks? So that it's a little more clear that you're thinking, okay, we're going to do a project of creating the parking decks that we've been talking about, instead of just, okay, we're going to do a parking deck. It sounds like one, so we're really going for more than 1 parking deck at those 2 lots, correct? So clarifying what
we
we're
choose
really
so.
doing. Right, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
So,
right.
making it a little more clear, if we're not just talking about paving those rock gravel lots, you know what I'm saying? So it's a little more clear. But since we've now already put it to where we have public safety and the other teams getting together, I think it'll help sort of clear up some of this, and we'll get more of the outside input before we make our decisions, which I think is a great idea.
Awesome. Thank you for the Main Street input. All right, Councilman Sweetser.
Yes. When we had the online survey, that was quite a big hit, correct? Why don't we do that with this?
And I've already sat down with 4 presidents of HOAs after posting it. So it'll get out there. It's out there. It's absolutely time to now gather their information because everyone's talking about this, especially all the
Right.
new roads.
And
Sorry, that survey was factored in the preparation of these projects, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
That input was received and factored in, but we haven't got, it is possible to get similar input on priorities using the same technology, which we still own and use.
Yeah.
We'll have to design it correctly for that purpose, but it is engaging. It does give you quantifiable results. It gives you tabulatable results, and it's very useful. So I would recommend, let's look into it and see what we can do to design something that works.
Okay.
Good idea.
One of the other concerns with it, I think a lot of people are going to get confused when they're looking at this, and a few people came to me about it, was some of these intersection changes will affect, well, it will make the flow better, but it's also going to keep people on our back streets and not using the connector as well.
We'll keep people on our back streets. And explain to me why, what's the theory behind that? Would you say that?
Kelly Street is alternate Highway 98. People go 50, 60 miles an hour down that road.
Right.
It's a school district, it's a residential neighborhood. Once we have the crosstown connector in, what I'm getting at is some of
I
these
understand. Yes.
back through our old residential neighborhoods, it's just going to make it easier for them to bypass that and keep going.
Most of the intersections that are interior, that are not crosstown connector, are stop signs. And the improvements are safety improvements to make the intersection safer, but not to process traffic faster. There's no recommendation in here to make traffic flow faster through neighborhoods, or better, or even to facilitate more vehicle travel. It's about making them safe for all users, so giving people visual cues. You've had a very tragic story about someone who ran through an intersection and killed someone. Those visual cues in advance of the intersection will help reduce those kinds of crashes. And so that's the kind of thing, having better crosswalks, having sidewalk connections, making sure that those intersections are functioning safely are the top priority of those recommendations, not necessarily processing traffic. So the one place where we're making it easier to drive is crosstown connector, and that is a well-established thing. None of the other improvements do that.
Okay.
And council, if I could just chime in with my 2 cents from a sunshine law perspective. I was just speaking with Steve O'Connor. We have run into some sunshine law issues when we've tried to hold joint meetings of advisory boards before, and that there's a tendency to want to do breakout sessions in those, which when 2 boards break out in a single meeting makes it extremely difficult for people like Kim Montgomery to take minutes at. And so, I think that staff would like some clarity and perhaps just allow this to continue percolating through the committee process, and perhaps staff can come devise some sort of numerical scheme where they can rank their projects through their typical meetings, and then at a larger council meeting, those individual chairmen or something could facilitate their recommendations to council, which I think might ultimately provide a more streamlined process for y'all and eliminate any sunshine law concerns.
If I could just chime in on that.
Jump on in.
I mean, what y'all were mentioning earlier sounded pretty good, and I don't think there was any intentions to do breakout sessions. So I think what Mr. Bagby said with boards, with a Dropbox, a combination of an online thing, we don't have to worry. I mean, it's one meeting. I don't think we're having a public microphone to say, come talk to us about it. None of that's going to be happening, so not much minutes. So I get the concern if we did that, but I don't think that's what we're talking about. So I still would like to go with.
Yeah, my recommendation, I'm not the motion maker or the second, but was to do a public workshop in a large space with the boards mounted on tripods and a box collecting comments, to give everybody a comment sheet. I don't like MU1, or I don't like this one, or whatever. The only committee that I am specific that it should go before to get their evaluation, their recommendation is the Public Works, Public Safety Committee. If the staff wants every committee to do it in their own meeting, I don't really care, but I do want the Public Works, Public Safety Committee involved in the review of all these projects. Because they also know where all the sidewalks in, they go their little section of town every month, and they know where sections are missing or need to be completed or whatever.
All right, I see no further discussion. Does everyone remember the motion? Then the motion is, it's getting late.
It was to get them, all of us, to give our things by June 12th. And then you amended it by saying you don't want to do that until it goes before the committees. But now we're also talking about a workshop. So we might need to just throw that motion out. And Jim, if you want to throw a new one in, it'd be good.
I move that we direct staff to conduct a public workshop, inviting everyone in Destin to come review the proposal, and that once the comments are collected from that, we send that and this plan to the Public Works, Public Safety Committee for their recommendations.
All right, I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All right. My only discussion with that is we have June 13th is the Public Works meeting. So are we trying to fit it into next month, or do we want a bigger buffer? All right. To July. All right. All right. Calling the vote. Ayes have it, so moved.
Clarification, we're going to go ahead and send this to the Public Works Safety Committee so that they can look at it at this next scheduled meeting, right? Right. Okay.
Which will be in a month. All right, City Manager.
Thank you. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you.
Item 4G, back on May the 1st, council had instructed staff to bring back the normal budget amendment process regarding the hiring of the deputy city manager. The response to that is to change the budget allocation for the position of deputy city manager. The council would just need to direct staff to bring back a budget amendment for their consideration in the form of a resolution and to include any specified changes to be made. This could be done in the form of a budget transfer, decreasing salary and benefits, or increasing professional fees, if that's how council wanted to handle it. And this is for informational purposes only, and myself or Crystal can answer any questions.
All right, Councilman Destin?
A little confused by this agenda item. The motion was to bring back a budget amendment addressing the elimination, and it was to be brought back at this meeting because after I made the motion, I said that gives the city manager 2 weeks to discuss this issue with his council members so that he understands what everybody says. So what our motion was to bring it back. That's not what, we didn't need instruction on a budget amendment process. I see Mr. Bagby has it listed down on his, and I can live with waiting until we get down there to discuss it. But this is, this is not what the motion was, which leads me to the same confusion that Mr. Giles was on a motion at the last meeting that didn't end up as the council had unanimously voted for. But, maybe we can get through some of this easy stuff and save that to Mr. Bagby's placeholder.
We can discuss it. I was just asking for an update on how many applications we'd received and what the timeline was for interviews or screening or what. I was asking more about the process. I wasn't here at the last meeting, so I didn't know exactly what was asked for or whatever. I just knew what I read there, so I don't know what.
All right,
We can discuss this now.
Councilwoman Abear?
Can I
thought we had
respond?
put a pause on we weren't doing anything with a deputy, that Lance had sent it out and said he had started the process, which I think it caught several of us off guard. We had no idea that that was being pursued.
Yeah, and that's true. We also put a pause on it, but we were asking that the budget amendment process be brought back so a decision can be made for or again, but it wasn't the place to make that decision at the last meeting, I didn't think. So we have the decision in front of us still. And, you know, now would be the appropriate time for a motion. And I hope that city manager has spoken to his council people, so he knows what direction we want to go with this.
Lance, you want to jump in?
I just wanted to clarify that I quoted from our action agenda the motion that was on there, and that's where this came from. So that's how I responded to it. I didn't go back and listen to the tape, so.
Obviously not.
All right, so do I have a motion on the table? Seeing none?
You talking about another motion?
We
already gave a motion. I'll move that the city
Yeah.
manager bring us back a budget amendment to remove the deputy city manager's budget item from the budget.
All right,
Second.
any further discussions? All right, Councilman Bagby.
Obviously, I won't be voting for the motion. I mean, I understand. Number one, we've had a deputy city manager, at least predating my first arrival on the council in 2006 or whenever it was. I would take a different tact, I guess. I would, number one, see what our peer group does. There's not, how many 100,000 person cities don't have a deputy city manager or assistant city manager or chief of staff, or, I mean, the position is called a lot of different things. And we are 100,000, we provide the infrastructure for 100,000 people. They may not live here year round. The second thing, I think public and private is a little bit different. I have a 10-person office, but it's a public office. I have a deputy director. And the reason I have a deputy director is I spent half my day over in Pensacola today taking care of public business, the office business, but somebody's back there running the office. A perfect example of why I think a deputy city manager is good is the project. That's a good, the linear park project. I'm sorry, we have a lot of projects going on, but the linear park project, where somebody is actually overseeing that. You can't expect the city manager to be the outward face, run everything and do all the tasks. That's more than one person can do. And so whether you have a chief of staff, an assistant city manager, a deputy city manager, I mean, there are cities who have budgets almost half hours in this county who have a chief of staff or an assistant city manager. I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong or it's whatever. The other thing on the budget amendment idea, I guess, I was trying to think today when I read this. Usually when we do a budget amendment, it is to fund something. So we take money from somewhere to fund something. I was trying to remember the last time we defunded something to stick the money in some unassigned or unknown place. But I'm sure there are examples. I just couldn't think of any today when I was when we had our call. But I just think we have a $72 million budget. We have over 120 people. And if you think you can do that in a public entity without a chief of staff, deputy, assistant, city manager, whatever we want to call them, I think you are kidding yourself. I know several of us have worked in the public sector for a long time. Every one of those organizations I was in, there was a number 2. And they were identified. And you can call them XO, you can call them chief of staff, you can call them the deputy commander or whatever. I just don't see what we're doing, what we're achieving by this, because the work's still going to be there. And one person can't do the work. So I'm just trying to figure out what the solution is to get all the work done when we know we haven't resourced the team with the appropriate amount of people to get the work done. Thank you.
Councilman King.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I've got to agree with Mr. Bagby. I can't support this motion. You know, I had a long conversation with Lance today, and multiple conversations over the last 2 years, about his job and the job that Webb did. And, man, I can't see how this town functions without a second in charge. You know, I'd like to hear everybody else's opinion on this, but, you know, the way I see it is we have a list of priorities. We've got objectives that we're trying to, you know, accomplish, and, you know, I don't see them getting done without an assistant or deputy city manager. So I can't support this, and that's all I've got. Thanks.
Councilman Smith.
Appreciate it. You, can we go ahead?
Okay, Kevin.
Kevin, gonna go do after.
Sure. I would just add that some of the comments, Mr. Bagby, you're making, I do hear you. I agree with a lot of it. But we have to look at what we have on our staff, right? Not only on our staff, but what the council has decided over the past 2 years to assist on the outside, out of our staff, consultants and agencies. As Lance mentioned, Jeff is a project manager and a grants manager. So we've given him this project, the linear park one, because that's, as Lance just said, it's part of his job. We have somebody that's able to do it. We asked the city manager nearly 2 years ago to do contracts, project administration. We signed on a company to do that. So we have somebody that we can assist with projects and administration. City of Destin, yes, 100,000, I get that. We talk about that all the time, but City of Destin also doesn't have, we're gonna look at our peers, we don't have fire that we pay. We don't have police. We don't have water. So sometimes looking at peers is not always the best, you know, option to look at. Because yes, we have a lot of visitors, but just because, you know, our budget's $70-something million and our peers do it, doesn't necessarily mean we should do it, and we have to do it. And I think we should look at the staff that we do have, the directors that we do have that are very capable to do the job. If they get tasked appropriately, we can do it.
Councilman Destin.
I understand the workload, and I don't oppose an assistant to the city manager that will work under the direction, but we don't need two city managers. I had extensive conversations with Lance, and that's the problem we've had here for the last few years. You know, we had, and looking through the description that's published, it looks to me like we're hiring a second city manager. We need to have one city manager that's in charge. Does he need to have folks that he assigns to do tasks? Absolutely. And I don't have an opposition to that. But I mean, the tower that came through was a fine example of the problem that we've been having here lately. Nobody knew about the tower. That came through some portal, only nobody knows where. And it didn't come through Lance. He said he didn't know about it until I knew about it. That's one example, and there are numerous others. So, you know, I want to see the leadership in a firm hand. Does he need people such as an assistant that he can assign to do tasks? I don't argue with that point. We don't need two power sources or two power places in the city that are maybe not perhaps always working in the same direction and at the same time. I spoke to Kyle about, okay, so if we take the deputy city manager out, and I've been through this before over the years, believe it or not, but I like to talk to the attorneys just to make sure that I'm not confused in my old age. If we left some of the money in the budget, the city manager has his own department budget that he could use to hire his assistant, then that could work. But as far as a deputy, we don't need two city managers.
Councilman Guile.
I'm getting drowsy, so if this starts to veer, just smack me and bring me back in. But I did have a discussion with Lance on trying to find some information on how previous council justified or what their criterion was for adding a deputy city manager position. It's not computer-based back then, it's handwritten. I would like to see that information to see if that criterion's changed or if whatever that need was, if it still exists. But I do have another issue that Mr. Destin just brought up that I think takes, that we need to address. One of the things that we discussed during that meeting where I feel my topic was altered. Now, Councilman Destin feels his topic was also altered. We did pass a motion that the action items be presented to us, and I was under the understanding it was going to be on the actual agenda with here. Whatever the proposed motion was going to be here. I was told it's somewhere in this packet, and I've been looking here. Did somebody need to get that? I was told here that it is somewhere in this packet, and I've been searching for a while, and I guess this packet's 662 pages, and I don't see where it's actually in the packet. I might be missing it. I've checked my emails, and I don't know, I can't find the action items in my email from the last meeting for comparison, and I don't know, maybe I accidentally deleted it when I was filtering through. But if Dewey had a motion and we passed it, that motion needs to be fulfilled regardless of what we think here right now. I don't think that we should even be debating that. So if there was a motion that was passed, regardless of how we feel about it, that needs to be fulfilled. And if we want to talk about the other steps later, we absolutely can. But I would like to see that action item. And personally, and I don't know if I need to make a motion for this, but I felt we already did, but if it needs clarification, the motion being the action items be on the agenda next to the actual category or motion on the agenda item when it's, or the, what the hell is this thing called? The formal name?
Meeting agenda versus agenda packet.
Jesus Christ, I'm tired.
Packet
Yeah, I would like to
versus
see it on the agenda next to the actual item that we're discussing. And if that needs to be a motion, I'll make that motion right now so that we're very clear.
Well, we made that motion last time. Mr. Bailey's in Spain, I'm afraid is why it didn't happen. And it wasn't clearly communicated to his assistants, but I expect that to be on because we did make a motion to pass unanimously at the last meeting to have that transpire.
Well, and additionally, if you made the motion for the budget amendment process to be how you specified and that passed, we need to follow that through. And then we can discuss the other items later. There's no reason we should be having a discussion on whether that should be happening or not if we've already voted on it and it was already approved. But the rest, I really would like to see what the previous council members' agenda was or what their justification was in providing a deputy city manager position so that personally I can make that determination on, I feel we probably all need to kind of review that and find out if that criterion still stands and if we feel that criterion is pertinent to today's city development.
Councilwoman Aber.
Thank you, Mayor. I was trying to, I was in between whenever Kevin was speaking and Dewey was speaking, and anyway, I lost my train of thought because it's late. But I too wanted to specify that we are not like other cities. We don't have fire, we don't have police, we have to hire in the sheriff, we have a Destin Fire Department, we have Destin water users. So our city is different from other cities, so to compare us to others and say that we need to have a deputy because they have a deputy, I don't agree with that. An assistant, I definitely agree with. And there have been issues where things have come up and Lance didn't know about it, but Webb did. And there was stuff that Webb was taking care of and Lance never got looped in on. And so that's why I agree we don't need a deputy. We don't need an XO like we do back whenever it's a bigger deal. An assistant would be realistic. But in this situation, in this case, I just feel like at this point, we need to let Lance use the very highly qualified directors that he's got on staff, that we've tried to make sure we increase their pay and we make that worthwhile for them to stay with us. Let them be tasked to do what they all do best and what they were hired to do, and that is, he dictates to them, this is your area of expertise, you're in charge, you have a department, you delegate to those people in your department to do it. And let Lance be the manager of all of the directors. And if he needs an assistant to make calls or set things up or task out, then I agree with Dewey that that would be the right way to go.
Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, I guess I'm just slightly confused. I just need some clarification from Mr. Destin and Ms. Hebert. Lance has an assistant, Sherry, okay? I talked to her probably more than I talked to Lance, because I always seem to have trouble getting on my call or whatever. But when you say an assistant, I guess I'm trying to figure out, is this to me, an assistant and a deputy are the same thing. I mean, the chief of staff would be the same thing. It's somebody who, in his absence, is running the inside. You know, you've got an outward-facing person, the city manager usually, who goes to all the meetings of the harbor folks or whatever, and you have an inward-facing person who's actually monitoring the hourly operation of the organization. And that's usually what a CO and an XO do, or a chief of staff and a commander do, or whatever. So when you say an assistant, is it we need to reword the job description? Because what I think we got into with Lance and Webb, this is just Jim Bagby's assessment, is Webb was here so long, it was personality driven, and it was institutional knowledge driven, and he oversaw the IT, and he oversaw some areas that he had some experience in, and he just kind of operated that, which I didn't have a problem with. But I think when you hire a new person, and Lance and I've had this conversation, what are you looking for? What's the skill set that you're looking for in a new assistant or a new deputy or a new whatever? And then that's what you should be hiring for, not something else. You're not hiring a Webb. You're not going to get another Webb, and it would be better. I agree. We have one city manager. I never got the impression from Webb that he was an alter city manager. Every time I talk to him, he goes, well, we need to ask Lance about that. But maybe that was just our relationship. So I'm just trying to figure out, when you say an assistant, are you talking about Sherry? Or are you talking about an assistant city manager who actually, in Lance's absence, because he's entitled to vacation too, has decision-making authority, or at least coordination authority among the different staff entities? Because those are two different things. To me, what I heard, and as we observed tonight, sometimes we all hear different things, but what I heard was, you're okay with him having an assistant city manager, okay? Not a deputy city manager. And so the staff knows that there's one city manager. Did I mishear?
I think you're fairly on track there. And to my mind, the difference is, even Greg Casella had an assistant to the city manager. We didn't call him a deputy. And we had no doubt in our mind at all who was in charge. And that's where we need to be now. We don't need two city managers.
I agree with that. Okay.
And if Lance wants to bring back a proposal, should this pass, for what the duties of his assistant would be, I don't have a problem with that. But, we've been in a situation that I don't think was working out well as a reflection on us or the city manager for a while.
Okay, well, I'll make a substitute motion then, that we direct the city manager to bring back a revised job description for an assistant city manager by the next meeting.
Second.
So that he re-wickers, because I agree with you, if you read the job descriptions,
You got anything else?
they're pretty similar, which in some respect, they probably should, because the old deputy would be the city manager in the absence of the city manager. So, but I agree, we don't need a deputy. So I'll make a substitute motion that we have him, direct him to bring back a job description for an assistant city manager at the next meeting. And the reason I do that is more of a funding issue, actually, from my perspective, because when you go down to zero, so we do a budget amendment to take that position down to zero, then we do another budget amendment to take it back up, and then we're trying to set the compensation package for an assistant in the middle of the fiscal year. The money's there. We don't need to be taking it away and then putting it back and then taking some of it back, and just leave the money where it is for right now. And if we approve the assistant city manager position, we can approve a salary level at that time, and then whatever else is left over, it stays in the personnel account.
All right, so I have the second on that motion. Councilman King, anything else on that?
I was going to do the exact same things. I just would say that I echo what Mr. Bagby's sentiment.
All right, Councilman Guile.
Okay, and if that's a second, I take it?
Yeah, there was already a second.
And if you make that motion after we remove the deputy, then I would support it, but I will not support it before. And I agree with your analysis of shifting the money. You know, we're going to have money left in there because we don't have an assistant city, we don't have a deputy right now. And so I would not make part of this motion, although Kevin made it, sorry. I would not stipulate that we remove that money from the city manager's budget. It would be there for him to work with. But if we're going to vote on the assistant before we vote on eliminating the deputy, then I would support it. But if you want to make it, if it fails and you want to make it afterwards, then we're good.
There we go.
Are we removing the deputy first? That was the first issue.
I just think that's you know, to me, that's a non-issue. If we're going to have an assistant, see, I think we're in violent agreement that we're not going to have a deputy city manager, we're going to have an assistant city manager. So if you want me to stipulate that as part of that rewording of the job description for the new assistant city manager position, that we remove the wording in the job description of deputy city manager, I'll stipulate that in my motion.
Second, you okay with that? All right, there we go. We'll see if he's okay with it. All right, Councilman Guile.
I'm just having difficulty understanding how we're all just bypassing the fact that Dewey's original motion last council meeting has not been met, and we're trying to make amendments based off that. I don't think we should be making any motions until Mr. Destin's motion from the prior council meeting is absolutely met. I mean, we're basically bypassing a motion that was already approved by moving forward with this next motion, in my mind. I mean, he needed information, he requested information, we vote that he got that information, and now we're making alternate motions even though that was never provided. I think that's a lack of respect for Councilman Destin, Councilman Destin, for his initial motion, and I think it's a lack of respect for this entire council and dais, because we voted and it wasn't fulfilled. So I'm having trouble understanding how we're moving past with another motion after one was already approved that's never been fulfilled.
And I understand exactly what you're saying, but Kevin's motion was essentially the motion that we all approved at the last meeting. That was to bring forth an amendment to remove the deputy city manager. So since the motion is the same, I can live with that.
And you'll accept that is respectfully being moving forward then? Okay, that's all I want to do is make sure I honor you and your position up here. That's all I'm trying to accomplish.
And I appreciate that, and it's the council's position, really. And like you, there's only one solution to a problem of not having the things the council votes to put on the agenda, not on the agenda.
So how I'm understanding it, if I vote yes to what Kevin just,
No, we've got it.
we got it.
All right, Councilman Schmidt.
That's for I see why I'll be voting against it, because it's not what we told them to bring back to us.
Two things. One, Mr. Bagby's substitute, I believe the way you're wording it, I think we're going to need, it sounds like you're wanting him to bring a job description of a new position, which if that's the case, we don't have that in the budget, so we kind of have to have a budget for that job description that you're wanting him to bring us, if that's what your intentions were. And then two, Kim, do you know if we got an action item sent for the May 1st? Because I don't see one. Do you have one? Usually Ray sends them. I know he's out of the country, but I did not see an action item, an action agenda sent out after May 1st. So I agree with you, Mr. Gallagher. I don't think we got it.
I have one.
If you could forward it,
Yeah, I'll forward it.
please.
All right, you guys
Yeah,
ready?
just to clarify Kevin's question, or answer Kevin's question, it's not an additional position. It is a rewording of the deputy city manager position to become the assistant city manager position, to
Right.
remove the deputy.
Okay.
And
Are you wanting a dollar amount to be adjusted too when he brings it back? So you're just wanting to change the, okay.
Yeah, we should
Sounds
get
good.
into a bunch of budget amendments, just so we can get into a bunch more budget amendments.
All right, calling the vote for the second motion.
So to clarify, this is to remove the deputy position and add an assistant position. Is that correct?
The reframing of the deputy.
It reworded it, the substitute.
No, what I said was to reword the job description of the current deputy city manager to make it an assistant city manager, so that the deputy city manager, in essence, is removed and replaced with an assistant city manager. It's still a position. It's an authorized position. It's a funded position. And all we're doing is changing the job description, which we will approve or not at the next meeting.
So we're going to change the job description and keep it the same salary, which is high enough for basically a second city manager. You want to now get that same salary to an assistant city manager with the new job description.
That's not our decision, okay? We need to remember what the charter, the staff works for the city manager. He sets their compensation. We set this, we do cost of living increases and stuff. He doesn't have to use, I don't even know what the number is. He doesn't have to use that number. He can use a much lower number. He can have them making less than Crystal. They're an assistant city manager. They're not a deputy city manager. And if you want him to include a salary range, which every position has, then that should be in this job description that he brings back to us at the next meeting.
All right, calling the vote.
No, I've got to understand this before we call the vote, unfortunately, and I hate that it's lasted this long, and I'm tired just like everyone else is. But what I need to understand is, are we meeting with this motion, are we meeting what the council has already approved through Dewey's motion last week? If we're not, I need to know so I can vote no, because I'm going to support Councilman Dewey and what this council voted on 2 weeks ago.
No, we're not. That's why it's a substitute.
Okay, well
We're
then
substituting what Dewey wanted with something different, to answer your question.
completely different, and it's contradictory to what we had already voted for. So then I've got to vote no, because I've got to support my council members.
So what was the original motion then? Was that not in total neglect to Mr. Destin's motion last week?
I'm sorry.
I think the confusion is, what I understand, I wasn't here, was that y'all directed a budget amendment to be brought back to defund the deputy city manager position. That didn't happen. That wasn't Kevin's motion. That wasn't my substitute motion. That didn't happen. You can vote no because that didn't happen. Y'all didn't approve the budget amendment. You just approved bringing one back. That's not the same thing as approving his motion of last time. His motion was to bring a budget amendment back, which then we could have had a discussion on whether we wanted to defund. I would have voted against that just because I'm normally against budget amendments that were then going to turn around and put money back into the budget. not in the same amount, but in some amount. So
No, I agree. I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm not
Okay.
ignorant to the situation, and I think that's where the disconnect is to me, it's a matter of principle. So I don't believe we can make any other vote, period, regardless of how you feel it relates or not, until Councilman Destin's motion that this council approved, regardless if you were here or not, I don't care. It was approved, it should have been fulfilled, it wasn't fulfilled. It's disrespectful to move on until that motion was completely fulfilled. So no matter what your motion is now, until we fulfill his motion, I'm going to vote no on everything until we show him and this council the proper respect it deserves.
Fair enough.
As I've stated earlier, Kevin's motion is essentially the motion we asked to be brought back to us.
But that was just amended.
Yeah.
but it's not the motion.
Anyway.
All right. Whenever you guys want to vote.
Are we voting?
Yep,
On the substitute, right?
on the sub. All right, noes have it, no moved. All right, so back to the original motion of Councilman Destin's. Do we have any clarification before we vote on that?
I think Kevin made the motion.
Oh, sorry.
What was the motion?
I think it was to bring a budget amendment back to defund the deputy manager.
Is that the same motion you made last week? Was that your motion?
That's the motion that I asked to come back to us.
Can I just chime in? And I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to anyway.
Jump in.
With all due respect, I copied the motion from the action agenda that was issued to me from the city clerk's office. So I'm happy to go back and double check that, but I want all of you to know that I did not intentionally mislead any of you. I was acting on good faith because it came from the city clerk's office, and I would never imagine that Ray would do anything intentionally like that. But I literally cut and pasted the motion. So, and it is in your agenda item. It's under the background. It's the very first thing that's talked about. It says, on May 1st, the city council made the following motion, XYZ, with quotes around it. So I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, well, you're clarifying that, but we never got the action agenda that you're saying you got. So, to be honest, the council member who made the motion said it's wrong. Other people on the council are saying it's wrong. So, and Ray's not here to defend himself, unfortunately. So, I hear you, but nobody has that,
I'm
unfortunately.
sending it to you right now.
Right. We never got it 2 weeks ago, though.
I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you what it's saying. So,
All right. Yep, everyone, go ahead.
I'd just like to say, before we make this vote, I think that the point that Mr. Bagby's making and that I'm making is that to make a vote to defund the deputy city manager is a dangerous thing. I think that you make a permanent decision on something that's going to take, it's going to be a huge process to bring back, to create a new position of assistant city manager, or what have you. And I think we're taking lightly the amount of work that we're talking about. I mean, this is a big position. Other towns don't have police, they don't have fire, or we don't have police, we don't have fire, but other towns don't have 50,000 new residents every week. You know, I think I don't think that you can compare. This is apples and oranges. I don't think you can compare it, and I think we're making a mistake voting to defund the deputy city manager. Maybe you want to call it something different and give them a different set of, a different job title or, job description. I think that's one thing, but to have to start from square one and create a new position, I think we're walking into Memorial Day, I think is a disaster.
Councilman Bagby?
Yeah. We're not voting, I guess I'm confused on what we're voting on, because you can't vote to defund something. That's a budget amendment. There is no budget amendment.
I think
Is there a motion?
To bring it back.
That's all we asked.
Yeah.
Bring back a budget amendment.
Okay.
That's all. We just did a budget amendment 2 or 3 council meetings ago recently.
So, okay, let me get this straight. We're going to bring back a budget amendment, because that's what was asked for last meeting, to defund the deputy city manager position, even though my sense is there's a majority of us that agree that we need an assistant city manager. You know, we're just creating some staff work that doesn't even make sense to me. And, you know, Crystal's working, hopefully, working on getting the '24 budget so that I can start redlining the heck out of that. Okay, that's fine.
Councilman Gao.
I understand, and it's disheartening. I'm not saying that I agree with the end result or what we're voting on. I'm just stating it's a matter of principle at this point. Whether I feel that there needs to be a deputy or not, it's not here nor there. What matters is the motion was made, we had already voted on it. Now, because it was left off or there's some confusion, now all of a sudden we're stepping back and just totally ignoring it. I'm just trying to respect a motion that was made, a motion that was voted on, a motion that was approved, regardless of what we all understood at the time. That was his intent. That was the motion. I understand we're saying on the action agenda, it doesn't quite say that, but that wasn't presented to us in time for Dewey to go up there and make any changes or say, hey, look, this isn't what my original motion was, this isn't what my intent was, or give anybody a chance to respond. Regardless of what I feel about the deputy manager, I've got to respect the fact that the motion was made, this council voted on it. Whether I agree or disagree does not matter.
Well, then table it.
No, I can't table it because I have to support the fact that the motion was already there and approved.
All right, calling the vote.
Do we?
To bring back a budget amendment at the next meeting to defund. That was your original motion.
I just have it so moved.
All right, Resolution 2309, Captain Royal Melvin Heritage Park operating policies. We brought back a resolution containing all but one item that this council discussed at the last meeting as far as operating the new park. The final item will have to come back in an ordinance format. We'll come back to the first and second meeting in June, and that is the provision for allowance of alcohol in the festive marketplace, which the park is in. So that is the only item that's not addressed in this resolution that we discussed at the last meeting. And we're still planning on, oh, sorry.
I move to adopt Resolution 2309.
Oh, man, I'm liking this pep in your step. Anything else, manager, on that? All right,
Was there something else to that, Lance?
I was just going to announce that a week from today is when we're planning on opening the doors, so. And then July, the middle of July, approximately the 14th is when we believe the family can make it for the actual dedication.
awesome. Seeing no further discussion, okay, we got to wait for Johnny to get back, but I guess I can call the vote and.
Who provided the second for me, please?
Man, y'all better have something good to say at public comments. I don't know why y'all hanging out. You trying to get him off council? If he touches that clicker, it's a no-no. I about clicked it. There you go, you said it. Yeah, make the park pretty. There we go, the park's pretty. So moved.
All right, staff has received all the signage required for the paid parking program and plan to have them installed by the end of this week. The 2023 hurricane season begins June 1st, and we do have the new hurricane guides available at all of our facilities. Ribbon cutting for the Destin Library's new coffee bar will be on Friday, this Friday at 4 p.m. At the library. And this past Sunday, we did hold a blood drive in partnership with the Colton Ward family for his foundation and saw the customized utility box ramps for Colton at the intersection of Main and Kelly go up. There's also, will be, I think, 3 or 4 other ramps around town, so we ask that to take a look at them and give us your feedback. American Legion Post 296 is hosting Memorial Day ceremonies at the Destin Memorial Cemetery on May the 29th at 11 a.m. And finally, Andy Peters has accepted our offer as IT director and his council confirmation. I'll bring him back on the 5th of June. And if you would like to speak to him in advance of that, please contact Sherry Bethea and she will set up a phone time for you to talk with him.
Is anything for the harbor capacity steering?
It's all underneath Teresa and I.
Not doing that.
He's not doing that.
All right, just double checking there. And then for the paid parking, that starts when? Lance?
May what? Is it Memorial Day weekend?
I'm pretty sure it's the 19th. Hey, Lance? When does the paid parking new structure fee start?
That's today.
It'll be effective this Friday.
This Friday.
19th. Okay, you were right.
All right, 19th. Okay, just wanted to throw that out there.
Lance,
All
I've got a couple updates too.
Okay.
If anybody would like to hear about the Crosstown, we've got the second to the last property closed on today. So that's good, just one left. And that last property owner, we were able to contact her today, meet with her, and Marcia Hayes was able to sit down with her this afternoon. I think they even went and looked at some houses.
All right.
So it's
Look at that.
happening.
And the last thing I have is to turn the mic over to Troy Williams, our Code Compliance Director, for a brief update on what's going on in the code.
We appreciate you being here still. All good.
Yeah, but I did watch the meeting, and I heard you talk a lot about water safety, so just wanted to let you know what code's doing. Obviously, you think code compliance, code enforcement, that's a job in itself, but there's so many other things that code can do and provide for the city. Obviously, living on on the water and being around that all the time, you have potentials for bad things to happen. So we've purchased some rescue discs. So if they're operating near the water and there's some type of drowning or near drowning, we have the ability to, like a Frisbee, throw it out. It's got about 100 feet of rope. And then the code officers all got this. So if they have to get into the water at all, they'll be protected. They have to pull somebody out that's struggling, they can't pull themselves out, they'll have their own portable flotation device. So I just wanted to mention it because you guys talked about water safety last time, and let you know what we're doing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for listening. All right. All right, anything else, Lance?
Yeah, Louis, did you want to go over the harbor capacity study results?
It's coming, I guess. I guess under their names.
Don't you think we should hear the, like, isn't there a presentation, then y'all can add your comments? Okay.
All right, Councilman Sweetser. You got your linear park?
Yeah, that was one thing. Kim, did the application for my appointee?
Yes, we did receive it this morning, or Saturday morning.
Okay. I would like to appoint Josh Brister to the Board of Adjustment.
Have a motion?
Second.
Second. Calling the vote, all right.
He went to bed, he quit listening.
Matt, yours didn't go in.
That's it.
Matt, press it. Hit confirm on it.
All right, ayes have it, so moved. Congratulations. Anything else? Anything else? Oh, all right. Thank you. All right. All right, Gal.
Okay, and I apologize. I know you guys have been here a long time waiting for this.
It's not Tuesday.
But give it 10 more minutes. What we're looking at now is over there at the harbor, the channel right in front of where the new marina is going. It's somewhat filling up with sand. The bigger boats or the bigger drafts can't get back into the harbor to do safe maneuvers, which means they have to try to perform those maneuvers at the mouth right there before it of the harbor, right before it enters the jetties, and it's potentially a threat to public safety, health, and welfare. So what I would like to do is make a motion to authorize staff to bring back info and details of a partnership with the contractor out there on looking at options for potential dredging, and also, in addition, authorized to apply for state and federal permits, because it's approximately an 18 to 20-month process, and also look if there's any permits that are still open that we could kind of still work off of.
Second.
You got a motion and a second. Discussion?
Where exactly are you talking about?
Can I help since we talked about this earlier? So what, and if I am wrong, correct me.
Oh, he will.
It's been a long night. So basically, it is Councilmember Guile determined that there is a need for some dredging in front of the Point Mezzanine parcel. So what he's asking is that, A, we can check to see what existing permits we have, if any, for harbor maintenance. 2 is, if we don't have permits, can we start applications for state and federal permitting so that we can start potential dredge? And 3rd, he's asking if we can contact that property owner's representative to determine if we can somehow partner with what they're doing to save costs and maybe share equipment, or it has to be more evaluated before we could figure that out. But basically, to get that information and bring it back to council at a future meeting.
Is that a blessing?
That is absolutely it. She is obviously more refreshed than I am after this endeavor.
All right, call the vote. Ayes have it, so moved. Can you reset that for me real quick? But we did get it, though. Ayes had it. Unanimous. Anything else? Councilman Guile?
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm in
just
La
a
La
yawning.
Land over here.
All right. Councilman Destin?
Thank you, Mayor. I've got two requests for information. After reading through the actual grant document for the linear park, I was quite enlightened. I'd like to see the grant document for our crosstown connector, where the money's coming that we are buying these right-of-ways for. I've talked to Jeff about it several times. I don't know if he ever found it. But I want to make an official request for that, and if he doesn't have it, we need to find who does have it. And the other document I've asked for, and I will talk to Lewis about this, and I'm making the formal request now, is any documents we have to do with any plans for the Stallman intersection. I think Volkert or someone else has given us some ideas. I'd like for that to be presented to all of us so we can look those over. And on Kelly Street, I know Mr. Sweetser had talked about speed bumps, perhaps a four-way stop at the intersection of Spring would be better. That would alleviate the need for the fire department to slow their vehicles down, because as long as their sirens are going on, they can go through, and it would affect the same result, which is to slow the traffic down. I've been watching the radar screen that we put up there. It's almost constantly on red, which means everybody's going over the speed limit. And so we need to slow speed down on Kelly. And that's a more effective way in which may be acceptable to the public and to the fire department. So we can look at that. And I would request that y'all bring us back an opinion on that from Public Works, and we'll run it to the Public Works Public Safety Committee.
All right. All right, thank you. Councilman
Thank you,
Bagley?
Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go out of order on mine, but I want to get the harbor capacity study done. We talked about at the meeting, prioritizing, and in the discussion, a couple of us took different priorities. So I would like to make a motion to extend the Harbor Capacity Steering Committee indefinitely.
Second.
Copy. Seeing no further discussion, calling the vote. Ayes have it.
Thank you. I would also like to make the motion to extend the livery vessel moratorium for 8 years.
Second.
With a second, discussions, do we need
I'd make
to? Yeah, I gotta.
I'd either ask if he wants to amend to 5, or I'll make a substitute motion.
If the number is 5, then I'll second your.
You're talking about.
I'll make a
let's make it
substitute
5
motion to
years?
amend it to 5 years,
Okay.
Five.
unless you want to amend your motion.
Yeah, no, I'll let y'all do the substitute. My concern on the 5 is the time frame to get the study done and to get everything else done is going to extend more than 5 years, so we're going to be back here anyway. If we can get the project, if we pass the 107 study, which I assume we will, if we get it back, we can always lift the moratorium in less than 8, but to extend or redo it, and I kind of want to get out of this, extending. So I figure 8 in my mind, is a hard, surely we can get the study, get everything done in 8 years. Because it's going to be 3 years before we get anything done.
Right.
Because that'll be how long it takes for the 107 study. So,
Yeah, a lot of years coming, but I think extending it every 6 months, I know what you're saying, but I think 5 years is pretty, it's not every 6 months. So I think 5 years is a pretty fair number to the owners of those operations, and still gives us 5 years to hopefully get federal government or whoever involved and get this going, and then we can extend it if we need to after 5 years. But after 5 years, if we still need to extend it, then I think the bigger questions are what's going on with the NAP or whatever.
So is that your substitute?
My substitute's 5 years.
I'll second the 5.
Just going to point out something that you probably already all know this, but this motion means that we will take an ordinance to you at the next 2 meetings, first and second meeting in June, so in ordinance form, so there will be 2 public hearings.
Which we needed it to do because it's coming up for.
Oh, absolutely.
Right, okay.
I encourage,
Got it.
I just wanted the public to know that there's going to be public hearings.
Okay, thank you.
And then this is basically just from the Army Corps of Engineers study that the capacity of the harbor's full. So should we do it for everyone, or is it just delivery vessels? If the harbor's full, is it the whole harbor full, or is it just
I have
delivery
more to
vessels?
say on that, but I'd rather wait to do it during the
talk?
presentation
Okay.
or whatever, and
All
just
right.
focus on the delivery vessel
All right, let's
moratorium.
call the vote. Oh, everyone's getting cranky. Matt? I'm going to start referring to everyone by their first name here.
I'll make the motion to direct staff to get with the Army Corps of Engineers to start the 107 study immediately.
Second.
Calling the vote. Yeah, I'm sure y'all talk if you want it. All right, yes, has it.
Okay, and I will make a motion to direct the city manager to bring back a job description to include a salary range for an assistant city manager position.
Second.
Have a second, yes, I have a second. Surely there's nothing else to talk about.
No.
Ayes have it, so moved. There we go.
And finally, a proud papa moment, I want to congratulate Jennifer Ann Bagby for graduating from Ole Miss Law School last week. And hopefully she will pass the bar and I will.
Free lawyer.
Have a lawyer in the
free
house.
lawyer.
Watch out, Kyle. All right, thank you. Councilwoman Aber.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a discussion with Commissioner Ponder and asked for the county's support in the livery moratorium because of what we're going through. He did talk to Captain Green, who had all of the motions and all of what we had talked about, and he's forwarded that to their staff for it to be issued to each of the commissioners, and their next meeting, I think it's next week. So we'll find out if we can get the county to help us do a countywide moratorium, because we need help having all of the outside cities that currently have businesses that are basically bombarding our harbor. The second is the TDC funding for livery vessel safety video. We're doing the budgeting at the next meeting. I will have that brought up. I will miss that meeting, so I don't know if Dewey can make it to that.
They don't let me vote if I come in.
You don't have to vote, you just have to bring it up from Destin for me. Can you do that?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Destin. Yeah, that's a motion. It's not on the record. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to ask the TDC for funding for the livery vessel safety video.
Motion and second, calling the vote. Ayes have it, so moved. The record.
And if Mr. Destin will carry on that meeting, it's the last Tuesday of the month, so the Tuesday after next.
Alrighty, so I have spoken with the mayor of Barracuda Street. Yes, that is a thing. And they have annexed themselves and they're their own city now. No, so I've talked to a lot of people over in Crystal Beach and I'm excited. What?
Your turn?
Yeah.
No, it's Ken.
Mayor?
Oh, my bad.
Nothing for me tonight, thank you.
Mayor?
Oh, my bad.
I'd like to first ask if there's something we need to do on the or the harbor capacity item that was on the agenda that we were told that was going to be handled with those guys, but is there more?
There was one other motion, a recommendation that was made that you need to be aware of.
Yeah, so at the previous Harbor Capacity Steering Committee meeting, there was a new motion made on May 10th to recommend to City Council to establish a new city position for a harbor master to help with compliance and enforcement of city regulations, as well as county and state water regulations to the extent possible, and to have staff work with the committee and the Harbor and Waterways Board to develop the roles and responsibilities. And it passed 4-0.
Yeah, I think the first part would be more so of we need to designate the harbor. So I think that would take action of us figuring out what we want our harbor to be before we have that position. Is that correct, or is that something we need to direct you guys to see if that's valid? Because I've been talking to Alex Fogg about what it would take to have a harbor master, and we need to have a harbor that's under a district or a designation, unless I haven't gotten through the full scope of work.
Well, we had a harbor master for a long, long time, and the position just kind of went away. So I'm not sure if there's anything we especially have to do other than find the money and decide what the duties are. Again, we could look at the old harbor master job description if it's still available.
Okay, Councilman Bagby?
Yeah. And we may need to figure out what we want them to do, because if it's law enforcement, we have a harbor master, and it's the sheriff with their boat. And if we want somebody just to, because we don't have any enforcement authority in that harbor, and it may be because we didn't designate it as a district or whatever, but by the state statute, there is a formal description of a harbor master. And you got to be a port, or you got to be a something to have a harbor master, which we don't have. So that's why it wasn't in my list of things to move on, because we're not there yet. We don't have the money identified. We don't have the job description identified. We don't have anything identified. And so I want to see the job description, because if it's law enforcement, then we just put that in the sheriff's contract, which it's already there, or it should be there. And if it's somebody to walk around or ride around in a boat and tell people to slow down, it's a no-wake zone, but they don't really have any enforcement capability, I'm not sure why we would fund that, to be honest with you. But I'm willing to listen to people who want to fund it.
And I'd say it would fall under code enforcement and have the same kind of authority that our code enforcement officers have to enforce our codes. But we do need job description, and we need to know where the money's coming from, so it's far from being ripe.
All right, Councilman Schmidt, anything
Thank
else?
you. Louis, there's about 9 or 10 or 11 recommendations and motions on here, so do you all need us to make the motion to approve this list that's in our packet? Because we only specifically gave you 2.
Yeah, that's what came out of the capacity committee.
So
Right.
those 12 are recommendations of the Harbor Steering Committee, but you can choose to make motions on all of them or not. You've selected some of them that you've
Right.
implemented.
Well,
If you want the rest, you'll have to
With
go
it.
through
So
them.
I'd like to just, I'll make a motion that we move the city council, I move that we approve the attached final recommendations and prioritize list for the harbor carrying capacity study.
So to the extent it's not in conflict with your other motions, correct? Because one of their,
That's an additional one, it says.
one of their recommendations is an 8-year
Right,
moratorium.
not including that one.
Right, so,
Because I mean. I make
And I'll
them-
second that.
Right, we have that
Right.
committee and that steering committee, and
Yep.
spent a lot of time and energy, and I think we should approve those.
All right, jump on in,
I looked at
Councilman Bagby.
I'm sorry, I've got to pull it back up, but I'm not going to support that. At the discussion that we had at the capacity hearing, in the presentation by the Corps, we agreed, or we discussed, we didn't agree because we didn't vote, on taking care of the low-hanging fruit and the things that need to be done immediately and reviewing the other things. As I remember, there was one in there where we had very divergent opinions on the people that were here that night. So until I can pull it up and reread it, I won't support this. If you want to bring it the next meeting, whatever other recommendations that haven't already been passed tonight, because really 6 of them have been dealt with this evening, I would support
Sure,
that.
I'll amend that, and please bring this back to the next meeting.
it makes sense anyway. We'll be talking about the moratorium, so the subject's still going to come up.
Perfect, thanks,
All right.
Mr. Bagby. I just, on that, and we could talk about it more later, and I'll just, well, you know what, if we're gonna talk about them at the next meeting, I'll just wait until the next meeting, right? Why talk about it right now? Y'all get
Hey,
to
why
hear me
not?
talk about it next time. I was told there's an update on the Calhoun Park. I've been inquiring about that. Lance or Jeff, is there a status update since last time? That's my only other question, right?
Yeah, I have talked to the county late last week, and it was revealed to me that the application they've been working on for Treasury has not indeed been submitted to Treasury yet. They are working on that, hope to have that in soon. I was under the impression, wrongly so, that that had already been submitted, and my mistake, and I apologize for that. And I will double-check information I get from them in the future and make sure that it's well documented, so if I share it with the council, I know it to be accurate and up to date.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Jeff. I appreciate you saying that. I had a lot of people asking about this for the past couple of years, and the frustration and anger that was shown by me at the last meeting was because there's some miscommunications and some things going on with that process, and it's frustrating to now, I'm glad we know where it is now, but that's why it's so frustrating for me sometimes, because I have people talking. But thank you for saying that, Jeff.
I agree,
Admitting
thank
it.
you.
That's all I got.
All right, thank you. Back to me. Okay. So nothing that I'm going to ask you guys to take action on, but just kind of updates. I've talked to a lot of Crystal Beach owners and residents about the public-private beach, and they're getting a lot of pushback and a lot of non-good, I would say, Southern hospitality from some of the beach vendors. I'm hoping to talk to a lot of them at this Thursday's beach meeting. So that way I don't have anything to discuss with you guys yet, because I want to get their side of the story and then bring back on June 5th, both sides, the residents and the beach vendors, and hopefully potentially some compromises that I would hope for us to implement. Obviously, there's a line in the sand, and we're not going to go over state statute, but I'm sure there's things that we can do locally to bring a little bit more of awareness and a little bit understanding of where those lines are at, because I think part of the animosity is the confusion between the multiple lines that are out there and people picking what line best serves their narrative. So with that, I've been talking to Lisa about potentially getting at each of the beach access points, also identifying that local area of what is public and
right to sit in and what is private, so that people may or may not be misled by local vendors that are looking to do what they need to do for their business. And then the second update is going to be from the pickleball option 2. We got a good second option coming in. It'll be a little bit above the budgeted price, but it'll be a second option nonetheless. So happy to bring both options for you guys to deliberate on the next meeting. So I will leave it right there.
Thank you.
All righty. Kim, first name.
Yes, thank you, Bobby. We were actually just talking about your item because I might talk to you about maybe the second meeting in June instead of June 5th, but we could talk about that.
Fair enough.
Okay, my item, 1 Harbor Boulevard. Most of you know, because I've talked to you, that we got a second appraisal on 1 Harbor, and pursuant to council's directive at the last meeting, I'm going to work with Lance and Crystal to put together an offer based on our review of the appraisals. We will submit that to the property owner, and then depending on their response, we may or may not have something to bring back to you. Okay?
All right, Kyle.
Nothing for me.
All right, public comments.
You were about to hit that
I was going for the gavel. You have 3 minutes.
on the dot. Start it, Kim.
180 seconds. And hit the button. You are not on the record, sir.
Captain Gary Jarvis, 804 Mars Street. First, my challenge. The enemy of prosperity and quality of life in any community is short-sightedness and a lack of purpose. It's way easier to do nothing than to be bold and provide leadership, to make our lives and those around us better. Doing the hard stuff in life usually brings us the greatest rewards. And kicking cans through the uprights from 60 yards out is nothing to be proud of. Per the discussion raised by some of you tonight of can we actually build this vision into reality at that location, let me point out why and where and how. First is why. It's geographically centered in the center of our city. It's located in the town center CRA, Community Redevelopment Area. It's on Main Street, and it's also along the New View corridor of 98 due to the underground of utilities and the totally doable to have all those critical components on that site, 9 acres, let alone the subsequent redevelopment that'll take place later on, because we were showed a drawing of that today. Even had some of the stuff I like. How? Well, what can be done? Well, Publix has a couple of options. A, they can fight with the city after we bent over backwards to give them the DO while I was mayor with a nice smooth process, and have an apartment developer come to build more apartments. That's their position at the moment. I believe no one sitting here wants another 350, 400 unit apartment complex. So that's going to be your starting point if you want to throw up reasons not to move forward with the concept drawings of Odessa City Center. This is a conditional use. I'm doing good on my time. This is a conditional use, and so you do have some strength and ability to negotiate and get what you want. You do have tools in your toolbox. So there's a couple things they can do. You can negotiate a development, which the staff does every time, and talk about creating a partnership with Publix. Say, this is our plan, this is what we want, here's our drawing. Would you like to be a partner in developing this with us? They may say no. Then you can offer, say, well, we'll buy the property we need for our community center and our city hall, maybe the event center I so really desire. And then you develop the remaining property. Of course, it's conditional use, and you'll have a say on that as well. Or lastly, in the tool that everybody seems to be afraid of, but it's law, it's fair, and it's eminent domain, that dirty word. But eminent domain means everybody gets an appraisal, and you agree to purchase at appraised price. It's not a taking per se, other than the fact that if you're not going to want to work with us, and how eminent domain works is if this council says, say, what we want here is valuable to our community. We need to develop this community center, our city hall. It's important to the future of our community. And that, as Kim will tell you, is defendable in court and allowable by law. So I just want to say, be bold, people. Some of the stuff I heard tonight wasn't too bold. And being up here and you don't get paid and you got to make tough decisions, but sometimes you just got to, one of the things that you've been appointed to do by the people that elected you to office is to provide leadership and to move us into the future. Even though you may only be sitting on here for another 2 years or maybe even 4, you can, this is about leadership. And that's all I just want to recommend. Thank you for the extra time, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
It's not. Sandy Trammell, 3823 Indian Trail, and this is about your discussion of undergrounding utilities. I'd please like to recommend that if you're looking at light poles that they mentioned tonight, you make sure there's an electrical outlet at the base of every one of them, because you cannot have any decorations. The other project is FPL has said they don't want decorations on their light poles. So when they mentioned that the city might buy their own light poles, you might want to think about that. Thank you.
Yes.
It's a Park and Rec committee member right there for you.
You go, girl, that's.
All right. Yeah. Name and address and take it away.
I'm John Hodges, captain of the Buccaneer pirate ship. I also own East Pass Sailing Company down in the harbor there. I'm just here to support what Councilman Giles said about the emergency dredge need in there. It is an actual need and not a vanity project at all. Right there in front of AJ's, the Buccaneer drafts 7 feet under the water, and I know I'm not the biggest boat in the harbor, but all the other boats are in the harbor coming out. The only way I back out of my slip that I can get in there is to go through that S-curve. Otherwise, to get out of the harbor, I have to block off the entire harbor right there at Harbor Walk Marina, which is my major issue with it being so shallow over there. Because right now we have water in the harbor, the water level is higher. And the off season, as soon as October rolls around, I can't get through there. I've been seeing depths of 1 foot underneath my keel. And especially the dredge project, we're talking to the 107 survey, it would go straight through by the second can buoy, which is right in front of the boathouse there. I saw 8 inches under my keel today on the depth meter. So it's really shallow through there. With the Buccaneer, I have to hug those tiny docks right there just to get through there to be able to turn around and come back out of the harbor without blocking traffic 100% at that place. Councilman Gallo came out and took a look at it. I welcome all of you to come out. I'd be happy to give you my contact information. When you're standing right up on the Buccaneer, you can see clearly the only spot to get through. And think about 4th of July boat traffic in 4th of July, or even any of the big weekends in summer. If there's one slot for the big boats to get through, those little boats aren't going to move out of the way. So anybody that wants to come and see the problem firsthand, I know, really anytime I'll meet you down there. Definitely get with me. It's an important problem to community safety as well, with all the non-experienced boaters driving through there, not wanting to get into boating accidents. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you guys.
Thanks for staying all night to tell us, but we do know it's a problem, and that's why we're supporting Tori. So thank you.
Right. Anyone else? Oh, boy.